It is working.
There it
Yay.
goes.
Yeah. High tech. All right. It's back. Okay. Am I sharing the right screen? Does it say break?
Yep.
Yay. And okay. Make sure I have everything here set up. Okay, 10:05. Folks should be back from our break. And Tracy's here. Thanks for jumping on a little early. Are you gonna present this one? Should I
Yes,
hand you controls?
yes, please.
Okay, can do. All right. Well, the next three up are from Seattle, so we'll go ahead and get going. Tracy, I'm going to stop my video just because sometimes I need to shuffle around back here and don't want to be a distraction. So I'll launch this. Can you see that okay? Excellent. All right. And then I'll pass you. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can control that. There we go.
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready,
Okay,
go right ahead.
I am ready. So I'll jump right in.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone. I am Tracy Bonashinsky, Co-Executive Director of Mid-Sound Fisheries Enhancement Group. I'm pleased to be here today presenting on behalf of Seattle Parks and Recreation, the project applicant. I would also like to acknowledge with gratitude Seattle Public Utilities, the third partner in the Lake City Natural Area Project. The Lake City Natural Area is in northeast Seattle in the Lake City neighborhood. The goal of the project is to create a space that connects a diverse Lake City community to an improved, accessible natural area with passive recreation elements, to restore Thornton Creek on the property to a more natural state, and to create and restore healthy habitat for fish and wildlife. The urban hub of Lake City, about 2 blocks east of the project site, outlined here in green, is heavily urbanized and lacks opportunities for people to immerse themselves in nature. The site was formerly home to a private residence. The house and garage, both of which you can see in this picture, have been demolished in preparation for park development. In addition to demolition, the site has been lightly graded, and restoration activities, including invasive weed removal and mulching, have begun. There are just 3 parks within the rapidly growing service area. Unfortunately, this is not enough park acreage to even serve everyone currently living in the neighborhood. The existing parks include a skate park, a hardscape plaza, a play structure, and lawn. Lake City is filled with car dealerships, parking lots, and high-density multifamily housing. Neighborhood connectivity is challenged by State Route 522 and social cohesion by a lack of public gathering spaces. There are currently no public natural areas in the neighborhood. The green corridor you see at the bottom left of this picture is almost entirely in private ownership, with the exception of the Lake City Natural Area. We are thrilled that our project will fill a much-needed gap in access to green space. Because the number one thing that we heard in early community engagement interviews was that residents are craving green space and a connection to nature. They want a quiet forested oasis that can serve as refuge from Lake City's urban core and offer both solitary exploration and small group gathering space. It is a gift then that this site, formerly private property, is under public ownership now. It creates an amazing opportunity for us to design a park from scratch that connects residents to Thornton Creek and a healthy forested creek buffer, just what they have told us they desire. It cannot be open to the public before construction because of safety concerns. There are steep slopes and uneven terrain, but Thornton Creek and mature trees on site currently provide natural habitat for fish and other wildlife. This is a plan view of our 30% design. We expect that this park will provide the passive recreation opportunities the community has told us they want, such as a connection to nature, walking in nature trails, wildlife viewing, socializing and gathering spaces, and more. The previous owners had allowed community members to picnic in their yard. When they put the property up for sale in 2018, strong community advocacy led Seattle Parks and Recreation to purchase it. The Lake City Natural Area has received enthusiastic support from multiple city council members as well as State Representative Faravar. It is in Seattle Parks and Recreation's 2024 Parks and Open Space Plan and Seattle Public Utilities Priority Equity Mapping Analysis. The project site includes approximately 200 linear feet of Thornton Creek, approximately 21,000 square feet of potential floodplain habitat, and approximately 19,000 square feet of upland habitat. There are over a dozen mature conifers on site and an emergent wetland north of the creek on the east side of the property. The project site will be gently developed to provide passive recreation opportunities intertwined with natural elements. Gathering spaces at the front and back of the park will allow for picnicking and socializing. The entire site will be planted with native vegetation. Proposed development will take place around and among existing native conifers and a restored Thornton Creek. Visitors will find this neighborhood park a place where they can spend time in nature, either in solitude or in community. Trails will be woven into the site to facilitate walking, wildlife viewing, and provide an immersive nature experience and quiet as visitors move away from the park entrance. The project site sits just on the edge of the Lake City Hub Urban Village. It will function well as a counterbalance to the unwelcoming concrete that covers much of the neighborhood's core and is an ideal location for access with over 7,000 people living within walking distance. Further, the site will be easily accessible via the upcoming Northeast 130th Street Link Light Rail Station and benefit from SDOT's Northeast 130th Street Transit Corridor Improvement Project, both set to open in 2026. Sharing the concepts and involving community in the design process has been integral to this project. We started by hearing community hopes and dreams for the project site and have gone back to ask for feedback to inform each design refinement. On the right, you can see again our 30% design drawing. On the left, a vignette of the boardwalk. Our team has worked collaboratively with the community to carefully match community need and project scope. The site builds on synergistic design frameworks that offer multiple benefits, meeting a diversity of needs within a 1-acre parcel. There will be an accessible, gentle pathway through the property with 2 seating and gathering areas. Interpretive features will help people understand the importance of the urban watershed and will be created in consultation with Native groups, including the Muckleshoot and Suquamish Indian tribes. Because the park is in a floodplain, built and natural elements are designed to withstand regular flooding. Our cost estimate for construction is based on 30% design documentation and comes from DCW, a certified cost estimator. It includes all costs for construction of recreation elements such as project management, tax, permitting, and escalation, amongst other things. Though this project has a lot of community and political support, just $600,000 has been appropriated for it. Grant support is critical, therefore, to developing this park into an accessible natural area for residents in the Lake City neighborhood. Restoration of the creek and habitat is not in scope for this application, but will be happening concurrently and funded from other sources, such as the Department of Ecology. Our project is moving forward on schedule. We are currently at 30% design with final design anticipated next year. We estimate that construction will begin in 2026. A cultural resources study was completed, though needs RCO review. Some additional on-site sampling might be required. SEPA was recently started and is expected to be complete by the end of August. We are asking for your support today to help us secure funding to construct and open the park within the timeline promised to the community. We have intentionally engaged the Lake City community in an iterative park design process. Across 4 different engagement opportunities, we asked community members to share neighborhood needs, hopes, and dreams, to use community-generated park ideas to create sketches of what the park could be, to tell us what kind of amenity they wanted to see in each section of the park, and to engage in visioning and placemaking with us. All of this feedback resulted directly in the preferred park design option selected by the City of Seattle. Through interviews with community leaders, we identified priority engagement groups who reflect the diversity of the Lake City community. In addition to advertised community meetings, we have taken the same feedback opportunities directly to our priority groups, including English and Spanish-speaking elders, youth, faith groups, and immigrant groups. We have also sought public input at the Lake City Farmers Market and the Lake City Summer Festival and Parade. We're engaged with the Muckleshoot, Suquamish, and other tribes to make sure that their priorities are reflected in our park design. And this is what we heard from community members when we asked them to share their neighborhood needs, hopes, and dreams for the new park with us. Priorities like nature appreciation and viewing, quiet, trails, and wildlife viewing showed up early and have been foundational to our park design. And feedback truly has influenced design choices. For example, in response to recent feedback from the Muckleshoot tribe, we reduced the trail length and hardscape for the long-term benefit of fish habitat. The city's formal partnership with Mid-Sound Fisheries Enhancement Group, a small community nonprofit, makes this project unique. Mid-Sound engages people in on-the-ground efforts so local salmon and communities can thrive. This project fits perfectly with our mission-driven work as it involves working with local community to improve fish habitat. We are leading the design phase, including working with the landscape architect and engineering consultant and leading community engagement. Martin Fox, fish biologist with the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe, has provided generous feedback on the project design to help us maximize creek function, including flood storage. Chris Leverson from Build Lake City Together, Mark Mendez from the Lake City Community Center, staff at Sound Generations, members of Thornton Creek Alliance, and many other community leaders have been integral partners in helping us connect authentically with the Lake City community. All elements for recreation have been carefully considered for their minimal impact to native plants, fish, and other wildlife. For example, the 2 gathering plazas are being sited at areas of previous development on the property. The project will improve water quality and temperature and also connect people to a creek that is largely piped through their neighborhood. Once the creek's floodplain is reconnected, the site will reduce up and downstream flooding and improve critical salmonid and wildlife habitat. The park is within walking distance of over 7,000 people and is easily accessible by multiple bus lines, bike, or car. The improved public transit and pedestrian safety improvements happening as a result of a new light rail station not far from the park will make it even easier for people to use multiple modes of transportation to access it. It will create opportunities for physical activity, walking, social connections, and nature education in a neighborhood that lacks significant opportunities for those things by providing a public space in which they can happen. Our project team is committed to selecting natural materials that fit the look and feel of a nature area and are sturdy enough to withstand anticipated periodic flooding. We are creating efficiency in the provision of public services by developing park amenities that are respectful of natural ecosystem functions. We are excited to provide public access to a green space while also increasing flood storage and infiltration on site, increasing carbon sequestration capabilities by restoring a wetland, and increasing native tree canopy. Mid-Sound has worked hard to raise nearly $1 million to support planning and design. Half of those dollars are for recreational elements for which we are seeking construction funding from you today. The cost for Mid-Sound to be project lead is much less than it would be for the city of Seattle. We are a nimble organization with less overhead compared to a large organization. Our smaller size and structure create time and cost efficiencies in decision-making and execution of ideas. I don't often think of Mid-Sound as a cost savings mechanism, but we serve that function in this project. Our collective commitment to the project was made in 2019 and will not expire until after it is built. So thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer questions and take feedback.
Great, thank you, Tracy. Nice job. Oops. Hold on. Are you here? Let go of the mouse. Are you have the mouse still? No, it's not.
Am I not giving it back to you? Do I need
Yeah, just let go of it for a minute. And
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. All right, questions or clarifications needed from Jill? Go ahead.
Can you go to slide 16 for me, please?
Sure.
I just wanted to see the key there and I didn't. Okay, perfect. Thanks. And then I did have a question. Your organization, is it a nonprofit or are you a governmental agency?
We are a 501c3 nonprofit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Roxanne.
Hey, can you tell me a little bit more about Seattle Public Utilities and what their role and interests are in the project?
Sure. Seattle Public Utilities has an interest in the project site because it contains a stretch of Thornton Creek. And they are responsible for the waterways in the city as part of stormwater conveyance. Although increasingly they've taken an interest in those corridors for fish and wildlife. They will be primarily responsible for maintenance of the project site below the ordinary high water mark. So that includes Thornton Creek. And they're long-term committed to this project with Seattle Parks and Recreation.
And can you go to slide 24, please?
Sure.
And I know you spoke a lot about the urban area, which is highlighted there, but it looks like the service radius for this site is quite a bit larger than that. So what can you tell us about the people outside of the urban area?
Sure. So the area that is in, I guess, in the green circle and outside that urban core, that's largely residential. Still incredibly diverse. There are a lot of multifamily homes, even outside the urban core. And the area just across the park, I think, scores highest on the Seattle's social equity index and in disparities for health outcomes and social outcomes. So although the urban hub is concentrated in that one space, the kind of the characteristics of the neighborhood are pretty consistent across the service area.
Thank you. I don't see another hand, so I'll ask another one. In the a site map, I can see what you're developing, but it looks like there's a whole green belt there. And is there any other aspects of that green belt that are in public ownership and that are going to be tied to this site in the future? Because it looked like your pathways might go up or connect into other private lands at this point.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that green belt is Thornton Creek. And the majority of it is right now, that's the north branch of Thornton Creek. The majority of it is in private ownership. So the fact that we've been able to bring this site into public ownership is really exciting. And I'm hoping can be the beginning of kind of a puzzle piecing of space together along the green belt to provide increased public access. And there also could be the potential, like there are some potentials for future acquisition. For example, like the property that is right next to us is currently it's a church and it has kind of an older population, and over time they might kind of age out and decide they want to sell their property. If that does ever happen, I know Seattle kind of has that in mind, and that could be a future acquisition that could add to this park space, as well as some properties that are just to the north of the site. So while right now that's not part of our project, I'm really hopeful that long-term it could be.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or clarifications that folks need? Jill.
I did just have one more, and I think you touched on this in the beginning of your presentation. For green space or passive recreation, did you say there was no opportunities for that in the service area?
No. Yeah, this would be it. The other parks that are in the service area are one is completely hardscaped. It's kind of like an urban corner park that is all concrete. Another is kind of a small pocket park that is nestled next to the community center, which unfortunately burned down last year. The park is still there, but it's kind of a small park with a play area and then some lawn. And then there is another park that has a skate park and lawn and a play area. But there's nothing else in the service area that would really provide this immersive nature experience where people are able to kind of exit the street and kind of really feel like they are immersed in nature, surrounded by trees and plants and you know, next to the sound of the creek, things like that.
Thank you. I thought that's what you said, but I wanted to just confirm. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, good questions. Anything else from the committee? All right, seeing none. Sounds like we're good. Thank you very much, Tracy. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us here today. It was a pleasure to share about this project with you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on to Hutchinson Park.
And that should be Rachel Banner, by the way, Carl.
Okay, there's Rachel. Hello. Welcome.
Yep, hi.
I'm gonna launch this for you.
Great.
Security alert. I'll just say, sure, okay. Hope that's okay. All right. You can see your title slide.
Yep.
Great. I'll pass you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, great. So my name is Rachel Banner, and I am a strategic advisor with Seattle Parks and Recreation and the planner for the Hutchinson Playground renovations. Hutchinson Playground is located in the Rainier Beach neighborhood of Seattle, of Southeast Seattle, and it is a dense multicultural community. In the walking area surrounding the park, there are just under 4,000 people with a much higher diversity as compared to the city of Seattle. And in addition, there is a higher percentage of children and seniors. Hutchinson Playground was developed in 1911 with a 1965 renaming in honor of the former resident and famous baseball player, Fred Hutchinson. The park development project will upgrade and repair the entire park to meet the current and future needs of this growing community. Looking at the park location, the closest park is Kubota Gardens, and it's a quarter-mile away. It's beautiful natural area, but it is much different than this active recreational space. The closest recreational areas are Lake Ridge Playground, Rainier Beach Playfield, and Beersheba Park. They're all just under a mile away. While they offer some of the same amenities, but not all, such as playgrounds and lawn, Hutchinson Park fills a critical gap in access in the neighborhood. In particular, when looking at the 10-minute or half-mile walk area, there are no available recreational amenities. Additionally, what you're not able to see via the flat map is the extreme topography changes. Hutchinson Playground sits on top of a significant hill, making it that much more difficult for people in the community to access the parks within the 1 mile area, which I mentioned on the previous slide. The park is well loved by the community and is open to everyone. It is heavily used by the 320 elementary school students for recess, gym, and summer camps. The playground is popular with families, even though it is old and in poor condition. Unfortunately, the park lacks amenities for all ages, abilities, and genders, and it doesn't have enough shade, nor a welcoming park design or safety features. Our design will address these issues, leading to much greater park use and safety. After the renovations, we anticipate that current users will continue to use the site. In addition, we expect that people of more ages, abilities, and genders will use the site due to the increased recreational amenities, multi-purpose spaces, and increased sense of safety. The renovation project was started via a trifecta of factors. So first was that the playground and other park elements, which are not included in the scope of this application, but are in the scope of the overall project, were prioritized in our asset management plans. They were identified as needing repair and replacement. Second, the project was prioritized in the 2024 Park and Open Space Plan as it meets many key goals. And third, during the pandemic, several playground components broke and violent crime increased in the neighborhood and at the park. Community members rallied to advocate for the park improvements and formed the Friends of Hutchinson Playground, as can be seen from the story on the right. Hutchinson Park currently has an old 5 to 12 playground, little green space, and lots of concrete and asphalt that absorbs the heat in the summer, inaccessible pathways, and no lighting in the evening. This is a complete park renovation that will increase the usability of the park for all ages, including adding the following elements. Replacing the 5 to 12 play areas, adding a 2 to 5 play area, swings, accessible play area surfacing, walking loop for all ages, shade, including both trees and a shelter, accessibility for all users, lights, and nature play. The design responds to many of the needs identified by the community through our outreach as seen here. And that includes also needs from our maintenance perspective, safety, accessibility, and our design teams. New park entrances will be installed to welcome everyone, making it feel like a public park, even when the neighborhood school is using it. 2 new play areas will be added, including a 2 to 5 play structure and swings. And additionally, there will be a new nature play area and outdoor classrooms. We'll be adding new seating areas and a picnic area and covered space for gathering with shade trees. And we'll be adding accessibility improvements throughout the park, such as the pathways, including a 400-meter loop trail that goes around the entire play fields and allows greater access to ease of movement throughout the entire park. You can see those accessible pathways here highlighted. The design also includes accessible playground surfacing, picnic tables, and gathering areas that are fully accessible. The total project budget is $2.4 million. Cost estimates were completed by our professional design team, and they are certified in cost estimating and able to adjust estimates based on real-time data from many park renovations we have going out to bid and under construction. They are using a cost estimating calculator that accounts for all materials and labor necessary for the project, tailoring the calculations based on trends. And cost estimates include all foreseeable costs such as escalation, contractor bonding, and insurance. The design is currently at 30%, and we anticipate reaching 100% by Q1 of 2025. We have completed SEPA and a desktop cultural resources survey, and the permit process has started, but based on initial assessments, permit requirements appear to be fairly straightforward, and applications for remaining permits will start at 60% design, or Q4 of 2024. This project will be shovel-ready in the summer of 2025. There were 4 engagement phases included in this project that included the entire school community and the general public. These events were often in partnership with the community and the school. For example, in December, we attended the Rainier Beach Community Club's Arts and Crafts Fair, which it was a huge success, and that's the picture on the left. And at the school, the Friends of Hutchinson Playground attended the Back to School Bash and got responses from over 100 people via an innovative raffle engagement. That's the picture on the right, and we are actually returning in just a week. We have engaged so far over 600 people. Each of the phases has been a statistically representative sample. We offered in-person and online surveys in 7 different languages. And in particular, as I mentioned, we engaged almost all of the elementary school students. The demographics include almost half of students that qualify for ESL. 1 in 5 students qualify for special education services. And the demographics of the school represent the wonderful diversity of the Rainier Beach area, including 45% Black, 20% Hispanic/Latino, 50% Asian, 10% multiracial, and the remaining percentage reflecting the Pacific Islander and white students. 69% of the students are low income and about 7% homeless. Though the community really loves basketball, they chose to remove one court, prioritizing instead more lawn and shade trees to ease the urban heat island effect. The community also has significantly influenced the inclusion of lighting in the park for SEPTED purposes and advocated for an accessible loop pathway as it was a priority of the community to be able to walk and was included in the design. The Friends of Hutchinson Playground have had a huge impact on the renovation and design of the park. They initially began advocating for the improvements in 2020 and have since fully supported the engagement and design. Organization members include Emerson Elementary, Emerson PTSA, Tiny Tots Development Center, Rainier Beach Community Club, Rainier Beach Action Coalition, Link to Lake, and Rainier Beach Presbyterian Church. Due to their engagement work, they were awarded the 2023 Equity Champion Denny Award for their leadership, advocacy, engagement on this project. And they continue the work by fundraising to get artwork included in the park design to support placemaking. Looking at sustainability, from an ecological perspective, we heard from the community about no shade, and not only on this property, but in the neighborhood in general. We will be adding a significant number of trees as well as improved natural areas woven throughout the park. These features will also help with our stormwater management and provide places for children to connect with nature. From a social perspective, this park is all about active and passive recreation. It is packed with opportunities for physical activity, social and cultural connections, and an outdoor classroom for environmental education. And finally, from an economic perspective, elements such as the on-site stormwater management and increased tree canopy also serve as increased economic elements. We are employing the City of Seattle's local hire policies, investing back into the city through the construction of the park, and we are investing in placemaking efforts and design choices that reflect the community and culture to avoid gentrification and displacement. For example, the art that the Friends of Hutchinson are working to include in the project. Looking at our efficiencies, Seattle Parks and Recreation has invested in this project with our Fix It First policy of maintaining and upgrading the assets like our playgrounds that are already at our parks, but have gone past their useful life. And second, the Friends of Hutchinson Playground have contributed a significant amount of volunteer time to the project for engagement efforts, and they are continuing to coordinate their efforts to include art at the park. Their volunteer hours equivalent to $25,000, and as they secure funding, they're looking for $150,000 for the artwork. So I thank you again for learning and considering Hutchinson Park redevelopment for this grant, and welcome any questions.
Great, thank you, Rachel. All right, questions for this project or any clarifications needed? Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, can we go back to slide 7, please?
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, slide 6, maybe. I must have had my note down wrong. We can go to slide 11. Okay, I was a little unclear if the courts were already installed. And you had mentioned taking out one of the basketball courts, but I don't know, is that where the rain garden is going now or?
Yeah, so this is the design for the overall park. Like I mentioned, not everything you see here is in scope for this funding, but we are doing everything that you see pictured here. So no work has begun at this point. The current basketball courts, there are 2 of them, are where you see both the, the open lawn area with the circle that is below the play area. And so that's the area where the court is being removed. for this project. And then the new court is included in the box below that that says not in scope.
Okay, so would the number of basketball courts decrease under this?
It is going to 1.5. So we heard from community that they really wanted to play basketball and they really wanted shade. And we had really good discussions about sort of the balance between the two. And so what we landed on was a full court basketball that is leveled. And then in the tennis court area, we're actually adding another half court basketball.
Got it. So currently there's 2 courts or there's 1 court?
There are currently 2 courts.
Got it. Thank you.
Just for
Yeah.
a little context on sort of the not in scope pieces. So we are applying for other RCO funding and looking at other funding sources. And we've just carefully divided up for the WWRP application so that we're not inadvertently matching state dollars against other state dollars that are ineligible, right? So we're just being really careful about that. So there's a much larger plan here to get some of those other pieces funded and built.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mo.
Yeah.
Thanks. Is some of that YAF?
YAF, we also put in a COAF and then,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah, so, but it's really that YAF funding that we're going out for the courts and field development, so.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and just so folks, if you've forgotten, you can no longer match WWRP with YAF. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these projects now scoped out like this. And go ahead, and then Genevieve.
Just a quick question. Do you know the age of the existing play areas that you're going to be replacing?
Yeah, it is over 20 years old. We're currently, I believe it is over 26 years old though.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, the same slide. I was just wondering if you've mentioned a couple of times an outdoor classroom, but I wasn't able to kind of place it on this map. And I was wondering if you could just provide a little more context on that vision.
Yeah, so that is in the area where it says rain garden for nature exploration. If you can see above the text, there's like a little semi half circle there. That might be, logs or boulders where kids can sit and the teachers can come and do classes. And that was a specific request from the teachers.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it was in partnership with the school and one of their requests for the space.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. And you said all the accessible routes are in this scope of work, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Other questions? All right, seeing none, we can move on to your next project. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate
Yep.
that.
Thanks. Take care all.
All right, have a good day.
Mhm.
And Upper Dr. Jose Rizal Park. And Nathan, you presenting this one?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, great. Welcome. Nice to see you. All right, you can see your slide okay there?
Yes, let's see if I...
Perfect. I'll hand you control here in just a second so you can advance your slides.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead and click on the screen. See if you can take that now. Perfect.
Got it, great.
All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hey, good morning. My name is Nathan DePinto. I am a capital grant analyst at the Seattle Parks and Recreation. Thank you for this opportunity to present our renovation project at Upper Dr. Jose Rizal Park. Upper Dr. Jose Rizal is located near downtown Seattle on the north side of Beacon Hill, directly south of the International District. The park was originally developed in the 1970s and has not seen significant investment in nearly 50 years. Many of the park elements are in disrepair and are no longer able to serve the growing community. The renovation project will upgrade existing amenities and introduce new ones while improving accessibility and visibility throughout the park. Here we have the 1975 park development plan, which is very similar to the current layout. The picnic shelter is original. There are several parks nearby. Most of these parks only consist of open green spaces that lack recreation opportunities. While there are 2 parks with similar offerings on the edge of the watershed, these parks primarily serve different communities given the hilly terrain of the area. Seattle Parks and Recreation has identified several gaps that this project directly addresses. The neighborhood lacks parks that cater to the diverse needs of the community. The nearby green spaces fall short of providing well-maintained play areas, picnic shelters, restrooms, and spaces for community gatherings. The parking lot occupies a substantial portion of the park, which limits the available space for recreation activities and detracts from the park's overall aesthetics and functionality. The park has not undergone a significant renovation in 50 years. Therefore, many of the amenities, including the restroom, picnic shelter, play area, and other spots, are in dire need of renovation. For example, the park originally featured 3 play areas, but now only contains 1 small element. The community has also expressed concerns the park feels unsafe and unwelcoming. This feedback presents an opportunity to redesign the park with a focus on crime prevention through environmental design, making it a more secure and inviting space for everyone. Our community surveys have reviewed that residents primarily come to the park for its breathtaking views and to use its community spaces, often gathering here to socialize and attend events. Without the much needed renovation, the park will struggle to meet the evolving needs of the community and may no longer effectively serve the residents who rely on the park for gatherings, recreation, community events. Enhancing the space will significantly boost its appeal, particularly for children and families, which is especially important with the opening of a new affordable housing development directly across the street. With an estimated 250 new families joining the neighborhood, the renovated park will provide them with space to play and congregate safely while taking advantage of the spectacular views. We anticipate that recreational usage will increase as both the local community and visitors take full advantage of the park's breathtaking views and newly revitalized spaces. Upper Dr. Jose Rizal is in great position to serve a growing community. With over 3,600 people living within walking distance and a new housing development opening soon, the demand for an accessible, well-maintained recreational space is at an all-time high. This new development will add an estimated 750 people to the community, bringing even more families and residents who will rely on the park for their recreational and social needs. The need for renovation has been identified through several in-person community engagement sessions, surveys, and Seattle Parks and Recreation's new Elevate initiative. This initiative selected a member of the community to work alongside our design team, ensuring that the plans reflect the community's needs and desires. The community shares a widespread perception that the park is unwelcoming. This discourages regular use and community gatherings. For example, the lack of modern recreational activities limits the park's appeal, especially for families with younger children looking to play. The park's steep terrain and outdated infrastructure also makes it difficult for those with mobility challenges to fully enjoy the park. These issues highlighted by the community showcase the urgent need to create a more inclusive, engaging, and accessible space for all. Furthermore, the park is included in both our asset plan and our 2024 Parks and Open Space Plan. The northern section of the park has a restroom, multiple viewpoints, and a large parking lot. The restrooms are in poor condition and are not accessible. The park is known for its stunning views, but they are often underutilized due to the current design and unwelcoming atmosphere that attracts unwanted behaviors. One such element is the drive-through parking lot, which tends to attract a lot of non-recreational use. Located at the south end of the park is the original shelter from the 1970s, a single play element, and the amphitheater. The shelter, unfortunately, is in a state of disrepair and contributes to hard-to-see areas that can feel unsafe. The play element is small, uninviting, and sad. It provides little to engage children and families. The amphitheater, while in decent shape, could benefit from enhancements to better serve the community and align with the overall revitalization efforts. The project scope includes several key elements designed to enhance the park's functionality and appeal. Inspired by the successful designs of Mount Baker Ridge Viewpoint Park and West Woodland Park Playground, this project aims to provide the community with a revitalized space. The renovation project will create ample recreation opportunities that include play areas, viewpoints, walking paths, areas for socializing, events, and much more. It is crucial to recognize that the park will preserve its existing cultural layers, which highlight Filipino culture and history. We are currently at schematic design. In the northern section of the park, we plan to renovate the existing restrooms to be modern and fully accessible, providing a welcoming experience for all visitors regardless of ability. The parking lot will be greatly reduced in size to create additional room for play and minimize unwanted behaviors. There will be 2 accessible parking stalls to ensure that visitors with mobility challenges can easily access the park. The newly created space on the reduced parking lot will lead into the community and play area. This area will include a covered community space and 2 play areas, one for children aged 2 to 5 and one for ages 5 to 12. The addition of the 2 areas directly responds to the dense population of children in the area and the anticipated increase from the upcoming affordable housing development. Lastly, at the south end of the park will be enhanced to preserve the amphitheater and its culturally significant elements. The lawn area will be redesigned with multiple access points, improving the park's ability to host community events and performances. Located in the south section. Accessibility is also at the core of the project design, ensuring that the park is welcoming and usable for everyone. In addition to the restroom and parking lot upgrades, the pathways and entrances are carefully planned to provide smooth routes that better accommodate mobility than the current pathways. The project is expected to cost under $4 million in total, and this budget estimate was prepared by one of our in-house certified landscape architects, utilizing our comprehensive database of previous projects to ensure accuracy. If funding is secured, construction is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2027. The project permitting process is well underway. A cultural resources desktop study has been completed, ensuring that the project respects and preserves the park's cultural significance. We have also started the CBER process. We anticipate issuing DNS for the project on August 29th. Once the project reaches 90% completion, which is anticipated in October of 2025, we will proceed with obtaining the remaining permits necessary to move the project forward. Through numerous community meetings, multiple surveys, and the Elevate Design Initiative, we've engaged with a diverse range of the local population and identified several needs: the need for park visibility and activation, the need for more recreational opportunities, and the need for accessible features. The Elevate Design Initiative has been a significant part of this process, bringing a community member to work closely with our park planners. This collaboration ensures that the design reflects the diverse community's needs and aspirations. Community engagement has highlighted the importance of preserving the stunning views of the park, improving the recreational opportunities, and protecting its cultural significance. Through the Elevate Initiative, Eric Alpio, our selected community member, has brought valuable influence and inspirations from both Filipino and Native American cultures, seamlessly integrating these cultural elements into the park's recreational features. This approach ensures the park not only serves as a space for leisure, but also as a celebration of the community's rich cultural history. We plan to continually engage with various partners, including Elevate, Seattle Chinatown District Preservation and Development Authority, El Centro, and the Filipino community, all of whom greatly value the recreational opportunities the park provides. The project design includes several factors that not only enhance the park's usability, but also positively impact the environment. One key aspect is the reduction of the parking lot, which will help reduce runoff and prevent erosion, and also help mitigate the urban heat island effect. The planned improvements will upgrade the space where community and cultural events can flourish, such as the yearly Jose Rizal Jazz Festival. The improved park will also continue to attract visitors, enhancing its role as a community hub. The community is already talking about the possibility of a future farmers market, which will further contribute to the local economy. Lastly, through the Elevate Design Initiative, our community partner, Eric Alpio, has provided countless hours of conceptual work and inspiration that has been invaluable to the process of redesigning and renovating the park. This deep connection to the community has ensured that the park's redesign truly reflects the needs and values of its residents. Without this partnership, it is unlikely that the park design would be as representative and inclusive as it is planned to be. I would like to thank you for your time and open the floor with any questions.
Great, thank you, Nathan. Right, questions, clarifications on this project? Genevieve, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, it looks like a great project. I was wondering if you know how many parking stalls are being removed in total?
I believe the
Just
parking
trying to
lot is being
sense it.
cut by over 50%. Our project planner is actually in the chat and may be able to dive into further details on exact numbers.
And I think one of the reasons really for reducing those parking is that people really do just drive through that parking lot and engage in illegal activities. And so that's a big motivation. It was sort of hard to go into that sensitively, you know, in the presentation.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. I just was trying
Yeah.
to get a sense for just kind of the layout of the space and how different it will be. But that was helpful with 50%. And that was going to actually lead into my next question, which was I heard a lot of kind of safety concerns. Can you talk a little bit about in the design what you're doing to kind of enhance the safety of the space?
Yeah, so the park is in a very hilly terrain. So spots such as the picnic shelter really dip below the surface level and can't really be seen from the sidewalk and outside of the park, which tends to lead to a lot of unwanted behaviors of people kind of hiding out in there and just being able to stay hidden from the view. So a lot of the design will raise up those levels and really make the park viewable from the outside road.
And then I just have one last question.
Sure.
I did notice that in your demographic for kind of who the park serves, there were about 720 older adults, I think you had mentioned, and 576 for children. I just was wondering if the older population that the park is serving, if they had a lot of input when you did community outreach into the design and like maybe for the amphitheater in particular, was that something that the community expressed interest in keeping and enhancing?
The park holds cultural significance to the Filipino community. They use this park as a place for performances and shows. With the older community, we found that the park's primarily used for walking and strolls. Directly across the street is the new Beacon Hill housing development. And this also contains a senior center. So we have lots of individuals who come across the street and stroll through the park. So keeping like the trails accessible and easily to navigate came up as an important issue when doing our outreach.
And I think that the last piece on this is lower Dr. Jose Rizal Park has a orchard and a dog park. And so, but in order to get there, you kind of have to go through this upper park. And if that doesn't feel safe, sort of the whole area doesn't really feel safe. And so the importance of re-engaging this upper park actually has a bigger impact than just on the immediate development area.
Thank you.
Interesting. So are you saying, so there's like a lower, it's the same park, but like a path to you walk through to get down here or something?
Yeah, so upper Dr. Jose Rizal is this sort of, I want to call it on grade with the road.
Yeah, it's kind of a strip.
Right. Yep, exactly. And then lower is there's a steep slope. You can kind of see, you know, where the cars are and stuff. There's a steep slope just on the other side there. And you go down and then it levels out again. And then it actually kind of abuts I-5 eventually. Which you can't really, there's an image here somewhere where you can see that. Anyways, down below, there's other sort of, there's no recreation elements down below, but there is passive recreation, the dog park, you know, the orchard, things like that. And this is really the gateway to the rest of those elements.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne, and then Jill.
Right. Could you go to slide 17, please?
Sure.
Actually, I think I saw a little better on the last one. I see you're identifying these different entrances, but Are there street crossings in more than one place? Because it feels like you're really shifting this to be much more of a walkable park when you're removing the parking. So are there safe crossings already in the roadway?
Yes, there's one crosswalk towards the middle of the park. It's, you can kind of see it there. The whole neighborhood. So to like kind of orient you, if you go towards the amphitheater, that leads down a strip to a condo development as well as residential housing. So the neighborhood's primarily a walkable area. We have a lot of people walking over from their houses and there. And I believe there is a crosswalk on the street corner just out of view, where people cross over. So we're really hoping that these entrances really invite people into the park and make it a space where they can stroll from either their housing development, their condo, their home, and really into the park at these separate entrances, and enjoy the space.
And will the site still be viable for the special events without the parking?
It should be. The park holds significance to the local residents, mainly from our Filipino background. That's our primarily used group. So our thoughts is that they'll be able to walk to these events. And there is ample street parking as well.
Thank you.
I think it's also important to note that our main users of the parking lot are not there to enjoy the park and recreate. They're more of there to park and sit in their car. And we're hoping to change that to park users, leaving the street parking, for people looking to hang out and loiter.
Thanks. I thought I saw another hand, but I might have been imagining that. Anyway, any other questions, clarifications needed? Is this the pathway down to like sort of the lower portion? Is that what you're talking? Okay, cool. Yeah, I can see the contour lines. It's pretty steep slope there, looks like. All right, well, thanks everyone. Appreciate it. Everyone
you.
from Seattle. And have a good rest of your day.
Thank you all so much. Nice to see you, Jacob.
All
Or
right,
sorry,
see
Carl. What am I saying?
No worries. Yeah, see you, Mo.
See ya.
All right, we have arrived at another break. A little bit ahead of schedule. You guys want to take 13 minutes? Come back at 11:15. Does that work? Yeah, no objections. All right, our next presenter's here, so we'll be ready to go. We'll come back at 11:15. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Next up, we have City of Burlington. Katie, are you presenting this one?
Hi there, I am.
Hi, welcome. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here. All right, I will launch this for you. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Awesome. Okay, there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. Should be able to take that now.
Yep, got it.
Working. All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Katie Claire Coper with the City of Burlington Parks and Rec Department. Thanks for your time today as I introduce our project and share the vision that our community has for Maven Park. Our goals include creating a 4,000 square foot nature playscape and improving ADA access to the park. Burlington is located an hour north of Seattle, residing in Skagit County at the intersection of I-5 and Highway 20. Located between the North Cascades and the San Juan Islands, we're a central hub and connection point for the Northwest region. Maven Park is in our civic corridor. The senior center, the library, and the Parks and Rec building, which is slated to become a community center, are all less than a block away from the park. The boundary lines you see here are in blue and the project site in red. At the technical review, there was an existing right-of-way spanning the width of the park. That right-of-way has been vacated. The site's condition is suitable for the project, and the park is currently maintained by our Parks Department. Here's a map of Burlington's city limits and also the urban growth area. So here you'll see Maven Park, a community park within our civic corridor, located in Burlington's historic downtown. A half-mile away, we have Rotary Park, which was an RCO grant recipient in 2022 for our fully inclusive playground. And about a mile away is Skagit River Park, which is a regional natural grass sports complex that runs along Skagit River. The area surrounding Maven Park is highly walkable and bikeable, given its proximity to downtown and being in a residential neighborhood. There are approximately 2,500 people that live within a mile of Maven Park, and Burlington Library, just 1 block over, services approximately 600 people daily. This park lacks the amenities to serve that user base. Regarding access to nature playstyle recreation, the closest opportunity is in Bellingham, which is in Whatcom County, and about a 40-minute drive north. Here's the project site and existing elements that will be addressed through our work. From the parking lot, you can see how one might access the existing playground. There is no proper path. The recreation opportunities and features here include swings and the play structure. The existing play structure here is over 25 years old and has reached the end of its life. We will be removing that as a part of this project. The play equipment here is simply not sufficient for the volume of people that this area services. Maben is also home to our community's Kiwanis Spray Park and an urban forest. So Burlington doesn't have a city pool. The recreation demand for this area is particularly high during the summer months. The nature playscape will flow into Kiwanis Spray Park, connecting the two areas together, and will provide recreation opportunities at this park on a year-round basis. Recreation experiences will be designed for kiddos ages 2 to 12 years old and focus on creative and immersive play experiences that lead to lifelong connections to the natural world. The spray park, urban forest, and nature playscape combined will really help this park live to its potential as a regional destination. Maven Park's development has been identified in our pros plan, specifically calling out both the need for increased play and gathering areas, in addition to expanded parking and ADA accessible paths. This design addresses both of those needs. Our project design is part of a multi-phase approach that allows for discrete projects to be funded and constructed, fitting into the cohesive whole. Each project stands alone as an important improvement, and the completed plan will result in a regionally popular park that meets the needs of our community and attracts visitors and commerce to the area. This Maven Park conceptual design shows several amenities to be built out in the coming years, including a loop path that will surround well-maintained green space, covered pickleball and basketball courts, and a forest play area. The park site here that you can see is located near our urban forest and has an ideal location that will become the magnetic center to the park's future. This area's access is also shown here. A cement border surrounds a wood chip ground cover into the play area. In stark contrast, the nature playscape will occupy roughly 4,000 square feet, including built-up topography. We're improving ADA access by creating 2 accessible parking stalls and park access paths. The movement from parking to play will become easy. The play area will use rubber surfacing, sand, and a host of nature play elements. Example playscape elements are pictured here. Research is clear about the positive health outcomes of nature play, including impacts on physical health, increased gross motor skills, cognitive and social development. Additional seating and easy entry into the play area encourages intergenerational recreation, benefiting both our seniors and our children. From this view, I'm near the spray park looking east. The nature playscape will intertwine with our existing spray park. Developing this area will drastically increase the playability and length of time people spend in this space. The building you see on the far right is a restroom, and it will remain in its current location. Here I am on the spray park looking south. See how the route connects the parking lot to the play area and then to the spray park? That's the cohesion that we'll be achieving, in addition to preparing the route to access all elements of the park as it continues to develop. Here's another look at our existing route from the parking lot to the current playground. We don't have a great route. The parking lot stands alone, the play structure stands alone, and the spray park stands alone. Our project will remedy this. Here's another snapshot. You can see that the swings and the play structure are surrounded by wood chips, and you've got to get over that cement border in order to play here. Our future design will have increased connectivity to each of each of the various nature play elements. Here's a brief overview of our project budget. The cost estimate was determined by having a landscape architect prepare quantity takeoffs of the proposed design and by utilizing current costing data in the region. We compared the cost of similar facilities where data was available and drew on contractors' recent bids to determine appropriate costing. In order to be construction ready, architectural and engineering services will be needed, and we'll complete construction documents by coordinating permitting within the city. Design and permitting costs are included in the proposed budget. All taxes, legal contractor overhead, in addition to a roughly 25% contingency, was accounted for. And here's an overview of our project timeline. If funded, we'll get going on the project this coming summer, finalizing plans, permitting, submitting cultural resource documents, and going through SEPA and NEPA review. The following year is when construction will happen, with the new nature playscape being open to the public in October 2026. This project is a direct reflection and constant refinement of over 10 years of conversation with our community. English and Spanish-speaking populations were engaged through outreach efforts as we solicited community feedback. We've gotten feedback through workshops, mailers, surveys, and pop-up events. Our feedback shows that citizens want children to have safe and developmentally appropriate play areas. Our seniors need to be able to engage the outdoors here, and our park needs to be accessible to all. There are multiple ways the community has influenced our design. Most notably, the fact that we're making a nature playscape at all. There's so many different directions a city can take its green and open space. Our Parks and Rec Advisory Board, which consists of citizens who are demographically representative of our city, have been vocal that this type of recreation is a top priority. We're moving in the direction of radically inclusive, going above and beyond ADA standards in our design and build. As an example, we'd like to build a minimum of 10-foot wide paths to allow for 2 wheelchairs to be able to move side by side through our park. Each of the service clubs and organizations that you see represented here are in complete support of our project. People want improved access to the park and the nature playscape to be built into the community. We have no financial agreements with any of these organizations, but will rely on them for volunteer support as opportunities arise. Through great financial stewardship, we are fortunate to have the ability to fund the project with city resources and hopefully with assistance from our CO. Ecological benefits include the creation of a rain garden as we address stormwater. We'll also be using native and pollinator-friendly plants in our design, and the existing urban forest on the property will be completely preserved. Socially, the park will encourage intergenerational connection and creative play. Economic benefits include increased property values, better health outcomes for citizens who use the space, and a likely sales and tax increase for our city as nature playscape like this one will become a regional destination. Cost efficiencies for the project include using city-owned equipment and staff and volunteer groups where possible. We intend to complete much of the labor using our own resources and will rely on local businesses and contractors for the scope of work that's outside the ability of our crew. This project is identified in our capital improvement plan, and we have the necessary funds set aside for projected expenses. If we are successful in being awarded grant funding through our CO, our project costs would be covered in full. By funding the project in this way, we're showing fiscal responsibility to future funding partners, and we'll seek partnerships as needed through the continued development of the park. As this is one of the first of many projects within Maven Park, we know that there will be additional volunteer and sponsorship opportunities for those who want to get involved, including our large base of organizations and service groups who've expressed support for the park. Our community is very excited to increase the recreation and play opportunities at Maven, and so are we. We appreciate your time today and consideration of funding for Maven Park. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Katie. All right, questions? Clarifications needed at committee. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Right. Carl, can you go to slide 11, please?
Yeah.
Yep, in the small inset picture, I mean, I just noticed that there's a ball field there, so I'm not sure what happens and whether there's any kind of buffer between the two elements in terms of kids on the playground now that you're expanding its footprint in that activity in the youth. And then also this all looks very flat to me. And I know you took other that were more inspirational pictures, but most of your inspirational pictures included some raised topography that the elements were coming down. So if you can talk about that a little bit in terms of how aspirational those pictures are.
Yeah, absolutely. So in regard to the ball field, that is so interesting with this picture. So that area, and I think it's an old picture as far as like the map that it's on, it actually used to be one of the city's ball fields that were there. Like at this moment, there's no resemblance of a ball field there anymore. In fact, that'll be the main green and open space that we're intending on preserving. Later to be built a loop path around that area. But I love that your eye noticed that. So that's cool. Regarding the built up topography, it is the vision of like the board and the community to have those elements of the nature playscape. There are a bunch of different ideas. Like on this slide, for example, that would be built up. So the park is flat as of now. So we're leaning into the design of our landscape architect who we worked with to be able to make those elements. We really, I mean, yes, it's aspirational, but that is actually what we would like to see is built up topography. Yeah, I mean, that's what we want to do with this park. Would be pretty neat.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, if we can go back to slide 11. there's an image of the restroom, which I know you mentioned is already there. I just was wondering in terms of accessibility, are the restrooms ADA accessible and will there be a pathway from the new play area to the restroom?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's outside of the scope of this exact project, but a simultaneous and parallel project that we're working on right now is actually creating that pathway from the Kiwanis Spray Park to the bathroom. The bathrooms had probably been closed for at least 1 year. They're an area of high activity in the park. So we are actually renovating that bathroom. It also houses all of the elements, like all of the piping and everything for the spray park is accessed in that same building. So we'll still have there are 2 bathrooms now in there. Those will remain. They will be ADA accessible, and then a path probably if we were to get funded for this project, that path would likely be finished by next summer and then built in. But yeah, good question. That's part of our plan as well, just not inside the scope of this project.
Gotcha, thank you. And then just kind of a follow-on to that, I know you mentioned a couple of ADA parking stalls, which is great, but it's surrounded by neighborhoods too. I'm just curious about the accessibility, just for walkability from the neighborhood.
The what ability from the neighborhood, I'm sorry?
Walkability.
Oh, yeah. There is, I'm not exactly sure how to answer this question. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, just given Maven Park's location, it is in a residential neighborhood, but also kind of adjacent to our historic downtown. It's kind of in that area. We consider it highly walkable. We've got like even just the parks that are surrounding this area from elementary school to high school, and this is kind of in that centerpiece. It is a pretty walkable area.
Great, thank you. Yeah, sorry, maybe you couldn't hear me very well, but that's just what I was wondering is the accessibility and walkability from the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you answered that for me.
Okay, we consider it high. Thank you.
Thanks. Other clarifications or questions? All right, looks like we got what we need. Thank you very much, Katie. Appreciate you presenting.
Absolutely, thank you.
All righty, have a good day.
You too.
All right, we got one more here before lunch. Hello, James from Port of Bremerton is here. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna launch your presentation for you. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Great. All right, let me hand you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that. There we go.
Okay. Let's see. Go back. There we go.
All right. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you, board, for letting me present today for the Port Orchard Waterfront Park ADA improvements. I was told long ago to never be the last thing standing between a group and their lunch, so I will be brief. But we will be advocating for our project on the waterfront. Below is a photograph of the entirety of the site and one of our more active days. It is a centerpiece of the Port Orchard Parks and centerpiece for the Port of Bremerton. This is our waterfront park that we started in 1987 and renovated in 2013. Our play equipment is about midway through its lifespan, but this is for updating our ADA accessibility to this park. We have the children's playground, water trails access, outdoor concerts and events, wildlife viewing, walking and biking, picnics and gathering, and public restrooms. This facility, and here's the overview, includes the playground, the wildlife viewing area, which a significant amount of nesting seabirds during the winter months actually utilize this area. It's quite beautiful seeing all of them. We have our central pavilion and our restroom facility. That's the site for the entire park and for the scope of this project. To the left of that is our parking lot for the waterfront park, which is used every week for our very active Port Orchard Farmers Market. And that's one of the core activities of our downtown and is just growing each year. And this park is central to that use, and as well as the recreation use throughout the week. So let's see. So Port Orchard is located a short ferry ride away from downtown Seattle. We're about an hour ferry ride west, half-hour ferry ride if you like to take the foot ferry over, and directly south of the city of Bremerton. The Port of Bremerton includes jurisdiction that includes all of the South Kitsap area, essentially from Silverdale down to the county line. And the Port of Bremerton has numerous properties on the waterfront, boat launches, piers, docks, as well as an airport and industrial park. So the goal of this is to increase the ability for all citizens to have access to this very popular park. Our ADA improvements include improvements to the playground, improvements to the viewing, waterfront viewing, our signage, and for the restrooms. The Port Orchard Pros study conducted a survey of all the parks in downtown Port Orchard, or throughout the city of Port Orchard, actually, that were weighted. And the waterfront park, the one that's before you today, was the #1 use in all of these surveys. The playground areas were the most heavily utilized on the waterfront, and the community has grown in this time period from the time we initiated it, from 11,000 people to 18,000 people. And it looks like my camera seems to be fading. Let's see if I can switch. There we go. Seem to, nope. Well, you can still hear me.
James, you could just turn your video off if if needed. Yeah, there's something going on with it. Maybe
Yeah,
just
my
turn off your
camera,
video.
of course, my camera decided to act up.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can modify that. Apologize. Okay. So the proposal in front of you includes a synthetic surface installation for our playground. We have had a mulch with a concrete barrier that has proven to be very difficult for wheelchair access or those with mobility concerns. We include a new play equipment that would facilitate an ADA play structure, would increase our accessibility, our safety, and access to the play equipment on this waterfront playground. The project includes gazebo awnings that have reached the end of their lifespan. We have regular concerts on the bay. We have many wedding proposals and wedding events here. We have the farmers market concerts here, and the awnings are essential for providing additional sun and weather protection during these valuable events. The restroom renovations include ADA railings and replacement of fixtures with ADA appropriate fixtures. The restrooms are primarily used by park goers, recreation activity adjacent, and the pedestrian path which runs through this facility. The Port of Bremerton Marine Attendants and Kitsap Transit, all adjacent library, they all have their own restroom facilities separate from this public facility. Includes an ADA binocular viewer replacement, allows wheelchair access for the wildlife viewer out in the bay. and some interpretive signage about the birding locally and within the Audubon Society Sinclair Inlet Birding Trail. Like most parks, this park is exposed to a significant amount of public interaction, and many of the public like to leave their trademark behind, and we are continually looking to upgrade and provide anti-graffiti signs that can survive both the marine environment as well as the human environment. The new ADA equipment includes replacing the mulch with a rubber surface, much safer, provides access to all the equipment, and then a new ADA accessible piece of equipment on the facility. The smooth transitions eliminates the barriers and the difficulty that many of our mobility challenged citizens have in accessing this valuable playground. We've identified a budget where the Port of Bremerton is providing a fair amount of the funding, the majority actually, and with an amount of crew that will be contributing to the work, contributing to the playground equipment installation and equipment purchases. Our crew is very talented in being able to have some efficiencies and leverage the park funding as much as possible to ensure that those park provided funds are maximized in the amount of improvements and the enhancement of the public recreation space. So the adults who completed our pro survey, most of them have lived in Port Orchard more than 16 years, and with some newcomers, primarily 2 or 3 person households, concentrated in ages between 26 and 55, with a significant representation over 65 as well. English seems to be predominant language and predominantly female in Port Orchard. The activity volumes were observed of all the activities, including this playground, and which ranked very high on the playground activity volumes in between 2020 and 2040. We have support from our local partners, the Seroptimists, which helped develop this park back in 2013, as well as the city of Port Orchard, who is very, very supportive in coordinating the pedestrian trail that runs through the property and assisting in the Port Orchard and permits and other aspects of facilitating our ease of improving this park. This is the main point of connection for the city of Port Orchard. Some say it's their heart of the downtown area. The downtown is a centerpiece for entertainment, where people go to gather or and transition on their recreation with the waterfront. And this park serves that role for bringing most of the community together in a very beautiful spot, enjoying the local amenities of our environment that this park provides. This also additionally would reduce the maintenance cost and replacement of wood chips, as well as the difficulties that occur with the rainy season and the mud and things that occur with such heavy usage on a regular basis. The use of recycled materials is important as part of our sustainable plan as well. As identified before, it's a 50% match with Port. We would begin public works bidding and procurement for upon the signed grant agreement if we were successful in this request. We would conduct the playground renovations after the busy summer season in 2025. And the gazebo and binocular viewers would be procured and then installed also fall 2025. This is also a part of the overall Port Orchard redevelopment plan. The entire downtown is being redeveloped with construction from one end to the other, from a $12 million sewer pump station and plaza on top of it. The city is rebuilding the new library adjacent to that. There's a new Kitsap Bank headquarters, and then there's significant pedestrian path extension to the east of the city, which would connect to this pedestrian path that runs throughout this site. This integration of the park into the overall city redevelopment would assist the city in following its vision and completing the intent of the citizens to truly improve the waterfront downtown historic area. That's the summary of my presentation. More than happy to answer any questions or specifics before you take off for your lunch.
Thank you, James. Right. Whoops. Okay, Anne, go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit more about how you prepared your budget estimate, like who did the estimating and based on what?
Sure. Our estimate was provided in-house by staff. We reached out to different providers of equipment to secure the specific estimates of those amount with a escalation schedule added to it for projecting 2025, given that we prepared this back in April of 2024. The port in place equipment, we received quotes. The new play equipment, we received a single quote for that. We sourced all of those quotes in-house through vendors throughout to be able to validate the budget that we put before here.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or clarifications needed? Silvana.
Can you go to slide 16 on that graph? It was hard to read. So, was this part of your like pros plan or your comp plan? Yeah, there it is. Okay.
It was part of the overall pros plan, and it identified different activities and the volumes of those activities. The playground was one of the highest ranked of those activities. The other one was observing wildlife, plants, birds, animals, and marine life, which both are prime access to this park.
And how did you get your 2040 numbers?
There was a projection with the OFM Department of Financial Management provides comprehensive plan estimates for population, and then they projected over that time period for the activity levels.
So you basically took the population projections and divided it according to how the survey was filled out in 2020?
Correct. And that's the difference between the blue and the red lines for a lot of these items.
Okay. Can you also go back to slide 5?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was 4. Nope. 6. Sorry.
No problem.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. This is what I wanted to see. And this was also from your pros plan survey, correct? Okay.
And 187 respondents on that pros plan, which of a lot of the surveys I've done, we were very, very pleased with at least that volume of responses. Usually 2% is sometimes happy, but that was a significant response rate for this one.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I had.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
For your project design, I know that you're replacing the surfacing under the playground and I see some other elements. I was just a little unclear on what is, you're adding equipment and replacing the surfacing. And if so, are you losing any elements or are you just adding to it or it?
We are losing one element, and there were two items. They were vertical items that have been significant maintenance concerns as well. The replacement with a single item was identified as much more robust, much longer lasting, and would provide the ADA access that we were looking for. So they were small items towards the entrance of it and provides a minimal path length to that facility.
Thank you.
Other questions needed? Genevieve, go ahead.
Just one last question. The very, I think, like last slide on the redevelopment plan, I just
Yes.
wanted to orient myself to where the waterfront park sits in those maps. I think it's like this right before the thank you slide.
Yep.
Where do I need to go forward or back? I'm sorry.
It's towards the very end of the presentation.
Whoa, too far.
Right
Right there.
Yeah, can you point out the waterfront park to me on there?
Sure. I don't know if there's arrows are visible, but that waterfront park is at the far right hand of that surface parking area. If you look at this,
in green on the image on the
correct.
right?
That is
Okay.
it.
This.
So there's a waterfront trail along that entire area that travels for a mile and a half out to the outer limits of the city. That waterfront trail initiates in this park and provides a 12-foot wide paved travel path for the city. It's called the Bay Street Pedestrian Trail. It initiates in this park, and the eastern section is being constructed by the city as part of the redevelopment plan as well. And that will follow from the left or the western portion of this park. It will transmit from there and travel, I believe, as a half a mile to its termination. So it's part of an overall waterfront benefit, and ultimately their goal is to be something similar to the Ruston waterfront trail and how that can be enjoyed by waterfront bikes or walking past. This is a component of that.
Thank you.
Sure. I apologize for my camera going out the most inopportune time.
No worries. We can still hear you just fine. So that's important. All right. Anything else that folks need on this one? All right. Looks like we're good.
Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate the time, and thank you, Carl, for the assistance in
Sure.
this presentation.
All right. Thanks, James. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Enjoy your lunch.
All right. All right. A little ahead of schedule. Some extra time for lunch. Come on back around 1:05 or so. Just make sure you're ready to roll for Quincy. Enjoy. Hello, welcome back. Y'all had a nice lunch. Something a little more exciting than my toasted cheese and carrot. Although it was a carrot from my CSA box, so it was tasty and fresh. Looks like Russ is here. Welcome from Quincy. Ready to go. Good to see you. Just give folks another minute or two to make sure everyone's back.
Been a busy summer. Glad to see some of the faces again after all the long summer.
Yeah. Hey, Sean.
Oops. Hi there.
Welcome. Looks like you're here ready to go for Othello, right?
Actually, Sarah's going to do the presentation, but
okay.
I'm just the assistant now.
All right. Well, that's an important role.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. All right. Well, thanks for being here early. We have been moving along pretty quickly and staying a little ahead of schedule. So, yeah, it's good to be logged on a little early just in case. Appreciate that. All right. Well, looks like folks, is everyone here? Most people have their. Saw Stacy a minute ago, so she's there. Okay, Russ, I'm gonna launch your PowerPoint for you. Can you see that okay?
I can see it.
Great. And then I'll pass you control. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that. There it goes. Perfect.
Yep, it's working.
All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Russ Arrington, and I am the Recreation Director for the City of Quincy. I'm here today presenting our application for the Local Parks Grant for a new playground and plaza area in our upcoming addition to Lozier Park. That bare piece of ground is the park we're planning to develop. Quincy is located in Grant County, almost the exact center of Washington State. Here on the map on the right, the small inset map, you can see the city of Quincy in location to our school district area. And that school district is our primary user group for this park. The bigger map on the left-hand side of the screen shows where this park will be located actually within the city limits of town. And in these slides and future slides, the yellow star is marked where this park will be located in larger overview pictures. Here's a more zoomed in look. The slide on the left, the picture on the left, shows again where that playground will be in this undeveloped piece of property in relation to our other park directly to the north. And then on the right-hand slide, the smaller slider picture shows you what the full build out would look like. And the red area is what the WWRP grant, the local parks grant, would be going to help fund right there. Here we're starting to get into some of our slides or some of our pictures of our current parks and playgrounds. These are roughly 16-year-old plus park or play toys. All of them are very similar. We're all bought at the same time. The one with the ramp with the small dinosaur on it is the only one that has a ramp located to it. And we've got a few more. They're all basically like the other ones that have a barrier that you can't easily access for ADA style. This park was installed about 12 years ago and is actually our only all-inclusive playground. It does have the glue-in-place tiles rather than pour-in-place, but it is truly an inclusive as far as access up and down upper levels. But the playground in the plaza area that we're looking to develop is going to be the next step above this and be much more inclusive as far as having better fall material, ease of access, and more ADA inclusive toy amenities. This is a map of the city of Quincy showing our parks that have play toys in them, just so you can see where everything's at in relation to the one star on the bottom and the neighborhoods around town. Part of our parks planning and non-motorized trails plans talk about the amenities that we have that are within a half a mile of our neighborhoods. This slide shows a half a mile circle around our park. This is a destination park that's out there. And the only true area to get to it other than the long drive is a walking path shown in yellow on this slide from that southwest neighborhood. But you can see that the bulk of that neighborhood is outside of that half a mile walk. The white lines on this designate two major highways that come in through town. We, as locals, pretty much describe things as four corners of town, that southwest side being brought in by those white highways. Our closest park, school, district property that has another playground to that area, you can see another half mile circle, still leaves most of that southwest neighborhood without a local park or playground. And quite honestly, that area has got one church ground that is a green space you can kind of see in that, but it is all neighborhoods. There are no parks anywhere in that whole side of town. In total acres of our city parkland, we have roughly 43 acres of developed parks. That equates to about 5.4 acres per 1,000 residents. As per the NRPA, suggested acres for a town under 20,000 residents should be around 10.5 developed acres. This new playground will add about 3/4 of an acre to our developed system, but once the whole parkland is developed, that will bring our total acreage up by up to 7.5 acres of developed parkland per 1,000 residents. Here again is another view of the vacant property and roughly where that new playground and plaza will be sitting in relation to other properties close to it nearby. This highlighted red area again shows the developed area that the WWRP local parks funding would help develop. And these are some images that our architects have come up with to use for amenities for our playground. Because it is going into a sports park as far as other amenities within it, we're trying to keep sports themes. So you can see baseballs and baseball bats and soccer shapes and things. We're trying to keep with those kinds of amenities with the activities that will be going on into that park. And then we do plan to put a pour-in-place fall material in there. And that's actually will be the first park in our system, first playground in our system that would have the pour-in-place surfacing on it. As the city of Quincy is planning to develop that quadrant of town with a park, the playground aspect is the family component that we wanted to add to these sports fields. Can't just have sports fields without having a place for the families and the younger kids to be. And so developing that is going to increase the amount of people staying in that park. City is also planning some new roads to access this current heavily used park, and we know this new park will be greatly used, as well as the two schools that are out on that side of town. Currently, the only access to this part of town is coming down the road on the left-hand side of the screen from Highway 28 that cuts through the center of town. There is no way to drive all the way out there other than going up and around and coming back down. There is a walking path from the closest neighborhood to the current park. That's shown in green on this slide. And the new park will connect up with the old park and that trail to help extend our non-motorized trail access. There's also a new trail being designed that's shown in the white on the bottom that will connect our two largest parks that are on opposite ends of town from each other, and it's roughly 2 miles away. This image is a rendering of what the completed park will look like, including the playground and plaza area. And then here is the different phases that we are looking at to help break this giant apple into much smaller bites. Even though this phase is listed as phase 4, if we're awarded these funds and not any of the others, the YAF or the LWCF that we have applied for, we still plan on continuing to build this and filling out our park and looking for more dollars to help leverage our own funds where we can. The build of this park is not necessarily in lineal phase order, but by the funds that we're able to secure and the other development of the infrastructure around the parkland, whether it's the roads and the reclaimed water or any of the rest of that. As far as our budgeting goes for this build, our architects estimated everything based on the breakdown you see here. We were able to use the 2022 RCO PRA grant to have an architectural firm work up our documents, and we've got a set of plans at about 90% complete right now. We will have them finalized, and once we work through this fall grant cycle, as well as our 2025 budget cycle within the city. Project engagement. Over the last 4 years, we've been working on updating our master parks plan, our non-motorized trails plan, as well as we just started a new Parks and Rec taxing district for a new aquatic center and indoor sports complex. Over the course of these documents coming together, we have passed out and gathered roughly 1,400 survey responses from our residents and other surrounding communities about recreation and activities in our area. Those surveys were published in both English and Spanish, and we received a very good turnout from the Spanish-speaking households and those who identify as Spanish or Latino in ethnicity. Our surveys and other methods of input gathering came from a number of different events held over that time frame, from farmers markets to National Night Out to other community celebrations. We also had our online survey passed around Facebook, direct email listing through our recreation email server list, and our city utilities billings. As far as our community partnerships go, we have heard from our community through the surveys and other face-to-face meetings, and walking trails, paths, and updated playgrounds for kids were definitely listed in their wants and desires. From the sustainability aspect, there are a number of items we are looking to incorporate. Part of that whole park complex, including this playground system, we plan to use our industrial reuse water system for irrigation. That water will have already been used once in our local data centers, and we will reclaim and treat it to start using it to water throughout our town for irrigation and parks and neighborhoods. This part of the park will help extend our non-motorized trail system in town, as well as provide another destination for that planned cross-town park trail. Probably the biggest asset to this playground and plaza area will be providing a place close to the sports fields for families and young children to be at when their soccer and softball tournaments are being held at the fields that would be built around it. As far as the cost efficiencies we are looking at utilize this WWRP grant, as well as applying for some local community grants next January that, if we are awarded those, will become available at the same time as the funds for this grant. We are also be looking for grants from the state and federal money for our water reuse system. Most of the Central Columbia Basin, or center of the state, is got water shortage issues, and being able to utilize our reuse water to help keep some green areas and landscape without tapping into our potable water will help everybody in our whole area. With that ends my presentation, and I'll entertain any questions.
All right, thank you, Russ. Questions or clarifications folks need on this project? Silvana, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Can you go back to slide 22?
Mm-hmm.
do you have, for this project, do you have any formal partners that have made a commitment to the project at all? Like
We
either
have
for
not.
in-kind?
We
Okay,
have not. We haven't approached anybody either specifically. I know our local Rotary Club is always looking for projects. I'm not sure if our city administrator is part of that club, and I'm not sure if he's talked to any of them yet about possibility of chipping in with that. But as far as other community organizations, we don't have a ton of them here in Quincy. Rotary's probably the only other one that might be an option, and I don't know that they've been approached yet. I think they've been shown the master parks plans and what we envision, but I don't know that they've been approached as far as, hey, would you be willing to chip in some money or man hours to help with that? Like Rotary normally has their one project a year that they try and sink money and time into.
okay. And with that foundation where you've got the $500,000 grant listed, have you been successful in getting that in the past? Like,
We have, that's actually our other park. The whole thing is called Lozier Park, and it's a Lozier grant that we'll be looking to apply for. They've given us plenty of money for our previous park that's just north of this one, as well as our aquatic center and some other areas. So they do give pretty good chunks of money, and some of these things they'll do spread out and even make larger contributions over a couple of years to help fund things that they like the looks of.
okay, so it's not like a super competitive.
I mean, it is, but it isn't. They do get a lot, but they do give a lot, and they'll stagger their contributions as well. They've got a lot shorter window. They do theirs every year in January, and they're due like in February, and then their funds become available in August. So it kind of lines up with the timing of the RCO grants as far as when the funds become available. So we haven't stressed a whole lot about that one yet, knowing kind of what their timeline is there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Russ.
Yep.
Go ahead, Roxanne, and then Jill.
Just to follow up on that, to confirm, so, because you have 500,000 listed in Prism, so you need to ask for that in January.
Yeah.
And then I know your presentation actually showed $1 million.
Oh.
That you might ask for more than that towards the project.
Yeah, I know that when I've talked to them in the past, I talked to them about a different park this year. And especially with larger park systems, they'll probably tell me to show them the whole plan, and they may decide to give a big chunk of money spread out over 4 or 5 years. So it's one of those things where I'm not sure yet what we're going to ask for. I'll be talking with them again in December and January to find out what they think the best option will be, whether to parcel just this part of it or give them the whole big picture and say, you know, this park is X amount of dollars. We'd love to see 5 million from you guys divvied out, you know, $1 million over the next 5 years or something, you know. That's still, but yeah, somehow I missed not having the two numbers the same in the between Prism and on my slideshow.
Okay, that's fine. And could you, I mean, you talked a lot about playground, and this site is actually even further away than your current park location from the residency, but what is the driver behind the plaza area?
It's kind of the plaza part of it is like, that's going to be everything that's around the announcer's booth that'll be in the middle of the 3 fields. If you go back, that slide right there. So that white building in the middle is our announcer's booth. It's also going to have storage and bathrooms in it. And so then that plaza is just kind of that central meeting place that'll spill out towards that ball field. In my other presentation for tomorrow, I show our ball fields, and you know, most ball fields look like this and have bleachers around it. We don't have any bleachers around any of our ball fields, especially our adult softball field right now that gets used for 5 or 6 tournaments a year. We don't have anything, and so having this plaza will be a good central meeting spot. That parking lot on the top end of that, next to the playground, is going to be a drop-off section. That's kind of going to be the main parking lot for the baseball and the playground area. So it's got a drop-off section right there. And so it's just a central meeting place away from the ball fields for families and kids, but still close enough to all the fields for when there's action and tournaments and stuff going on. Yeah, our current park, like you mentioned, I say it's a destination park because there's one way in and out to it, and other than walking, you can't get there. And so people have to, and they go out there in droves. It's packed every night during the summer, but they have to drive out there no matter which way they go. So having new roads from the other neighborhoods is going to relieve all the parking and all the traffic just coming down one road as well.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, what is your population there, Rob?
We are just over 8,000, I think, this year.
Okay.
And I think our estimates are showing close to 84, 85 after a census or preliminary census this year.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions or anything you need clarified? All right, seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right, have a good afternoon.
You bet.
All right, moving down to Othello. Hello and welcome.
Hello. Hello, how are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Good.
And I know you're not Sean, even though it says
I'm
Sean.
not. Sorry, I didn't change the name. I'm Sarah.
That's all right. Hi, Sarah. Welcome. You can see your PowerPoint there, okay?
I can.
Great. I will pass control to you. There you go. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that.
There we go. All right. Looks like
Cool.
it's working.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sarah Montemayor. I'm the grant writer for the City of Othello. I'm grateful for this opportunity to present our community's request for a WWRP grant for the renovation of Kiwanis Park Playground and Parking. The Othello community has recently made significant progress in park upgrades, and RCO has been exceptionally supportive of our proposed projects. With RCO's assistance, the landscape of Othello has changed, but we are not finished. We are currently directing our attention towards a section in Kiwanis Park. This serves as both a passive and active recreational area. Hold on one second. Located near schools and low-income neighborhoods. It is imperative for us to prioritize its revitalization. During my presentation, I will provide detailed information about the renovation of the playground and the nearby parking lot. We are currently, oh, sorry about that. My screen is frozen. The city of Othello is nestled in the heart of the Columbia Basin in Adams County in southeastern Washington state. Its strategic location places it 100 miles to the west of Spokane and 100 miles east of Seattle. Othello, a community of 9,005, has playgrounds at two parks, Lions Park and Kiwanis Park. Within the city, the 5-lane arterial of Main Street acts as a barrier, dividing the community's use of Lions Park to the north and Kiwanis Park to the south. According to the ACS survey, Othello's demographic profile clearly indicates the median household income is significantly lower than the state average. The city's population consists of 80% Hispanic population, and although the disability rate is slightly below the state average, it remains notably high. In 2021 and 2022, community meetings were held and in-person and paper surveys were conducted to understand the community's needs and requests for a park plan. Another was carried out in early spring of this year. After that survey, it was indicated 40% of respondents wanted upgrades made to park playgrounds. Since Lions Park received substantial improvements in the recent years, our Planning Commission recommended it would be best to focus on improving the other parks to more equitably provide park amenities. The neighborhoods near Kiwanis exhibit larger family sizes, and the city wants to improve and address the need and demand for adequate play facilities, as the current recreational amenities at Kiwanis Park were constructed in 1979 to 1981 with the support of an LWCF grant from IACC. Providing free access to recreation is essential, as 41% of Othello's population is age 18 and under. Othello's children aged 0 to 14 constitute 33% of the population, with a significant portion being underserved and disadvantaged, as 20% of them live in poverty. Othello School District reports 75% of students qualify for free and reduced lunch, and over 13% of students in the schools are enrolled in a special education department. Kiwanis Park, owing to its strategic location, is perfectly positioned to serve these low-income neighborhoods and surrounding schools. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to address the existing need and demand, as the children of Othello rely on our collective efforts. The playground equipment at Kiwanis was installed in the early 1980s. It has been well used and is in need of an update. Usability is limited because of the uneven gravel ground surface and surrounding concrete curbing. And the current equipment is damaged in several areas and is reaching its lifespan. The current playground infrastructure presents challenges related to safety and accessibility, and it does not align with current inclusive standards or adjust children with special needs. We recognize these concerns and have proactively employed risk management measures to ensure the design, installation, and maintenance of the new playground prioritizes safety and inclusivity for all children. The uneven and cracked surfaces caused by tree roots have made it difficult for everyone to use and access the 21 tight parking spaces. Surveys and polls obtained in the spring have shown that participants have expressed their concerns about the inadequate and uneven parking spaces to access the park amenities. This renovation proposal for Kiwanis Park is in line with Othello's 2022 Park Element Plan. The plan includes an upgrade by 2026 and the incorporation of inclusive, sensory, and musical features. Kiwanis Park, under city ownership since 1953, is in need of this renovation. As mentioned before, the current playground fails to comply with current safety and accessibility standards, thus inadequately serving needs of our community. The current project site is a beautiful space with bluegrass sod, established trees, tennis courts, playgrounds, and restrooms. We plan to replace the existing playground area with turf grass and move the new inclusive playground to the south to take advantage of the existing tree canopy and connect it to existing trails, which are currently undergoing renovation. The parking lot will also be renovated to improve safety and to double the number of parking stalls. Additionally, new trees and lighting will add to enhance the path to the park amenities. The proposed project involves removing the 1980s equipment and replacing with a more expansive, universally accessible playground structure. Rubber surfacing is planned to enhance safety and accessibility for individuals with mobility needs. We will expand the parking lot by 18 spaces, resurface to address the uneven surfaces caused by tree routes, and bring accessible parking up to code. Additionally, we will renovate and enlarge the existing parking lot by removing the current asphalt and a row of diseased and dying trees. These will be replaced with new asphalt, shade trees, and lighting. As a result, the parking capacity will increase by 17 stalls and meet current accessibility standards. This renovation will increase access and accessibility to a play area that promotes a community valuing and encouraging healthy living and outdoor activities for all. Kiwanis Park stands as the perfect canvas for our project, encompassing 15 acres and surrounded by majestic trees and bluegrass sod. It provides an idyllic setting. Our goal is to create a space that exceeds expectations and champions equity for the youth in this community. The current gravel surface of the playground will be transformed into a poured-in-place rubber surface for universal access while preserving the park's natural slope and drainage grading. The playground renovation is well aligned with the needs of the community. It's located in a low-income neighborhood and designed to be all-inclusive, meeting several needs of the youth in the area. Starting from the entrance, the play path is lined with music, games, and fun for children of all abilities. The parking lot renovation will add more parking and increase accessibility to the park and the playground. The inclusive science and sound playground features inclusive play pods connected to a central climbing tower. The pods are accessible by ramps and bridges and offer multiple play activities that are suitable for those with mobility devices. The cable links provide exciting connections to the hub tower, and topping it all off, it's covered by a Paragon shade, making it dramatic and dynamic play destination that is truly out of this world. The project entails a total budget of $1.25 million. We are seeking $500,000 from WWRP, $625,000 from LWCF, and have allocated $125,000 as a local match. The cost estimate was prepared using the accuracy of design survey and includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation. A complete culture resources was done in 2023, but we have included funds for possible additional studies. We anticipate to have this project completed by September of 2026. In the past, the city's collected input from the community through meetings and in-person surveys. But over time, social media has been found to be the most effective way to connect with the community, especially given our young population, with a median age of 25. Surveys conducted in Facebook and Instagram on Spanish have shown that Kiwanis Park is in the top 3 for renovation. The city has already begun renovating its swimming pool and plans to address the need for an indoor facility soon. The pictures on this slide were posted on an Instagram poll in April of 2024 to obtain input on Kiwanis Park Playground. Over 90% of respondents indicated that Kiwanis Park requires a new playground and increased parking for better accessibility. Thus, these results have influenced the project design. This poll was conducted to gather specific feedback on the concerns at Kiwanis. Many participants voiced concerns about the playground being outdated, unsafe, inaccessible, and not easily visible. Additionally, several respondents raised issues regarding the limited capacity and safety of the parking lot. Businesses and organizations in Othello are in favor of this project, and we are especially excited to have partnered with the Othello School District, specifically the Special Education Department, on design elements needed to ensure children with disabilities have access to equipment and activities that promote physical, cognitive, and social development. We will also be conducting a survey throughout the local elementary schools so that students can vote on the playground theme. At Kiwanis Park, efforts have been made to preserve the existing tree canopy, which helps cool the area and reduce the urban island heat effect. Additionally, this park boasts 100% on-site mitigation for stormwater. Kiwanis Park provides ecosystem services and vegetation cover, which in turn help mitigate air pollutants, lower surface temperatures, reduce flooding, and enhance community resilience to climate change. Kiwanis Park is easily accessible on foot or by bike for a significant portion of Othello residents. Playgrounds are crucial for the development of young children, providing opportunities for physical activity, social interaction, and creativity. Inclusivity playgrounds allow children of abilities to engage in play and social activities, while also fostering adult social interaction through provided benches and supporting elements. The site furnishings and play equipment will be designed to be durable and long-lasting, made from 30% to 100% of recycled materials. As a result, the project's lifespan will be extended, leading to reduced future maintenance costs. The use of green infrastructure will help lower public service costs, and it's estimated that 80% of labor materials for the project will be locally sourced. The city has owned the park since 1953 and does not need to acquire more lands. Restroom and support trail structures are already in place and undergoing renovation. Additionally, the city employs a dedicated grounds maintenance staff exclusively for Kiwanis Park, so no additional staffing costs are expected for this project. All engineering work for this project will be done by our in-house engineering staff, thus reducing engineering costs by 300% in comparison to using an outside consultant. Thank you for allowing us to present our project. I hope you enjoyed images of the young people in this presentation, all of whom represent Othello's youth.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Okay, questions or clarifications needed? Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. You had, maybe I misheard you. You mentioned that you had in-house engineering that was going to be done, and then you were going to, that would reduce it by 300%. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Can you share a little information on how you would save 300% on designing it in?
With talking with engineering and looking at the different costs of hiring a consultant, having the in-house engineering, just with the labor, the hours, usually with consulting, you're also paying for hotels, additional surveys and things like that. Whereas our engineering staff is on hand, already has these surveys and has the experience of doing all this.
Thank you.
Other questions? Going once, going twice. I think you must have been pretty thorough. Nice job, Sarah.
Thank you.
And you got the criteria aligned with, I know I got revised and was a little confusing. So thanks for that.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, thanks for being here. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
All right, we will continue traveling south to the city of Walla Walla. There's Andy. Hello, Andy. Welcome.
Hello there. Thanks for having me.
For sure. Pioneer Park, can you see your opening slide there okay?
I can.
Great, and we can hear you, so far so good. I'm gonna pass controls over to you. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that works.
There we go.
All right, well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right, thanks everyone for having me here today to talk about Pioneer Park inclusive playground that we have planned here in the city of Walla Walla. So this is an exciting project that'll provide a facility for all those in our region, not just those that live within the city of Walla Walla. Just to orientate you a little bit with where we're located, the city of Walla Walla is in the southeastern region of Washington in Walla Walla County. If you look specifically at Walla Walla, this project is located in the city's central ward, which ironically is centrally located within the city limits. You can see this map as well. It's a map that identifies the city's parks and facilities. Pioneer Park is our second largest park and is considered a regional park with 43% of our visitors use the park that live outside of the city of Walla Walla. Pioneer Park is a 58-acre park that was opened in 1908. It's rich in history. It's our second largest park in the city of Walla Walla. It's also can be considered the city's crown jewel, and this project will add to the park's history and heritage. We worked with the playground committee for a number of years, and the committee that came up with a vision statement and the goal of this project, and it is as adopted by the playground committee. It reads as they plan to create an open, engaging access space for children and adults of all abilities to gather together to build community through creative play, natural spaces, and learning by developing emotional, physical, and mental health. Pioneer Park Playground Committee, as I indicated, is working together for a while, and that date is since 2019 on this project that'll serve those throughout the county and even those in neighboring counties. As for playgrounds and accessible playgrounds, there is a small accessible playground 2 blocks from Pioneer Park. However, there's no such fully inclusive playground of the size that we're planning in our park system. In fact, there's no fully inclusive playground of this size within Walla Walla County or surrounding counties. This slide is an aerial of our current playground. There's multiple deficiencies with this facility that's 22 years old. I think you can see here that the surfacing is wood chips, which is not accessible. Our wheelchairs, even strollers, cannot move very well on wood chips. So we're planning a different surfacing. There's no accessible route to the adjacent parking lot or the restroom. You can see in this picture that the restroom and parking lot are quite a ways from this facility. We've had to remove many of the components and not replace them over the years. So you can see a lot of open space. There used to be playground equipment that existed there. This is a very busy playground, even considering all that, that's not accessible to everyone. Other challenges that you can see by these pictures, we've had our slides cracked a number of times and we've had to replace them. We can't find the exact fit, so we've had to retrofit some of our slides to make them work. We can't find replacement parts. The bottom line is our current playgrounds exceeded its useful lifespan. You can see this slide is represents the visits to our Pioneer Park over the last seven years. Pioneer Park is the most visited park in Walla Walla County with nearly 314,000 visits in 2023. You can see that the visitation has increased by 108% since 2017. It's anticipated that this new facility will bring an additional 100,000 visits to this park. As for this project being in some of our plans or being identified by some of our plans, this project identified in the City of Walla Walla's Parks and Recreation Comprehensive Plan that was adopted by City Council in April of this year. The project's also identified in the city's current capital facilities plan that's also adopted by City Council annually. The current site consists of a 22-year-old playground that exists with wood chips as surfacing. The playground is adjacent to a restroom, a parking lot, community building, outdoor ping pong tables, and pickleball courts. The playground is surrounded by manicured turf. So what's being proposed? You can see on this slide a site plan of our concept, and starting in the top right-hand corner, working counterclockwise, or sorry, working clockwise, that would be. There's a tot and mother-child swing area, and also is adjacent to an area specifically for those 2 to 5. There's a shelter that's planned as part of this project with a new drinking fountain. There's an amphitheater and a stage for small, in most cases, impromptu performances. There's a hill. You can see the lines, the dashed lines represent a topography of a hill that's planned, including slides going down either side of that hill. There's space at the bottom for a number of swings, adaptive swings included. We're going to preserve a large mature tree in the middle of the playground and place a bench at the bottom of that tree. A double zip line, because that's what kids told us they wanted, is a lot of zip lines, tables and chairs throughout the site and benches, an area for slack lining for the teenagers, logs to climb on, also for the adults, dispersed workout equipment throughout the site, so that the parents can be working out while they're watching their children. New trees as well. The site's already has a number of mature trees, but we need additional shade here, so we're going to add new trees, towers, and a bridge that'll be attached to the hill, boulders and ropes, and music elements as well, and including many new paths to and from the site. And Will the project be providing a playground where there's no separation of abilities? Children and adults can interact with each other regardless of the playground element. Those with disabilities will be able to interact with all areas of the playground. It seems natural to locate a facility of this magnitude at Pioneer Park. Nearly all who live within the region know of Pioneer Park, and it's well used by those within that region. The Pioneer Park Playground Committee has worked hard to develop a concept that will provide access to all. The committee has worked closely with the Walla Walla Valley Disability Network and their staff and families who have contributed to the design that you see today. The current facility has no accessible routes to the parking lot or restroom. You can see in this rendering, the accessible routes are planned as part of this project. It'll increase accessibility to and from the restroom and parking lot that don't exist today. Internally, the surfacing at the current project, as I stated earlier, the current facility exists with wood chips. This project calls for the facility to be comprised of rubberized surfacing, as well as internal concrete paths in order to maximize accessibility. The facility will feature hills, tower, bridge, and bridges that will provide rich play value to the users. In addition to shade provided by the current trees and new trees planted as part of the project, we'll also incorporate shade structures within the project to give users relief from our summer heat. There'll also be a reservable picnic shelter, which doesn't exist at the site currently. This will allow residents to have a facility that will be available for parties and events as part of this new project. Security lighting is also planned to be incorporated. The project will also include many natural elements, as is represented on this slide. The components will be far more sustainable compared to typical playground structure. They have lots of parts and hardware that wear out and need maintenance and replacing. As for the project cost, the total project cost is $3 million, including design and engineering and permitting. We feel confident that these estimates are solid as they've been developed by a qualified design firm. If awarded this grant, we are prepared to move forward in hiring a design firm to develop construction drawings, obtain the necessary permits, which include building permit, grade and fill permit. We anticipate being able to complete this project in the fall of 2026. As for public engagement, the Pioneer Park Playground Committee has conducted extensive work in engaging the community over the past 18 months. We worked hard with a design firm to create a 3D fly-through of the proposed project. We made this video part of an online virtual project open house. The open house site was visited by over 800 people, many who provided feedback through an online forum. And we didn't just settle on the virtual presence. The committee also had a presence at over 10 community events this past year. And it's estimated that we spoke to over 3,000 residents about the project as part of these events. We also held a meeting with families of the local disability network to gather feedback from them and incorporate that into the project. We've used the feedback from the community outreach to make changes to the plant facility, and we'll continue to use the feedback collected to influence the final design drawings. Some of the feedback received to date is that folks want to see more seating and increased shade. Also, there's been a question quite frequently about why is there no water feature? So we explained that to them, that the committee wrestled with that concept and really came down to budget and the fact that a water feature only provides 2 or 3 months worth of value. So they wanted to incorporate other features that could provide year-long value. We partnered with the Walla Walla Valley Disability Network, the Walla Walla and Columbia County Accessible Communities Advisory Committee on this project. In addition, we have financial partnerships with 2 local trusts, Sherwood Trust and Stubblefield Trust, who are helping fund this project. As for sustainability, the project's been developed with sustainability in mind. Ecological factors incorporated include native plants and those that will increase pollinator habitat. Social factors include improving access via multimodal transportation and promoting opportunities for physical activity as well as social and cultural connections. Economic factors include the use of materials that will increase the facility's lifespan and those that will reduce maintenance costs. Future operational costs will be reduced with or through the proposed design. Stormwater will be retained on site and the tree canopies will be improved with the planting of additional trees. As for cost efficiencies, you can see on this slide, we have some money in hand from local trusts, Stubblefield Trust, $50,000. Sherwood Trust has contributed $100,000. We have an anonymous donation of $50,000. And also through the city's utility bill roundup program, we have $10,000. In addition to other pledges, $150,000 pledged from the Sherwood Trust, and also the city expects to contribute at least $250,000 to this project and hopefully more. It just the city hasn't finalized their budgets for 25-26 yet and going through that process currently. So overall, here's how we're planning to fund the project. We anticipate in the neighborhood of $700,000 of non-governmental funds. And the city of Walla Walla contributing in the neighborhood of $300,000 for a total local match of $1 million. And then we're asking Land and Water Conservation Fund for $1.5 million and WWRP for $500,000. As you can see, we have $360,000 in non-governmental funds committed to date and anticipate close to $700,000. So reducing the governmental contribution on this project. And that concludes my presentation today. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, Andy. Nice job.
Thank you.
Questions or clarifications needed on this one? Roxana, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, Roxanne.
Thank you. I think on slide 8, I understand that this is really your central site, but you said the other location is 2 blocks away, and that has a playground as well, and an accessible playground. Can you describe what's there?
Yeah, it's a very small playground. It's more of a neighborhood type playground. Probably can accommodate 20 kids. It's a very small structure, but it is accessible. There's a small structure there with a couple of swings with rubberized surfacing that exists there.
Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions on this one or anything else you need? Jill, go ahead.
Hi, Andy. Is this was I correct in hearing that you had over 300,000 visits?
That's correct. To the park, not this facility itself, but to that park.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's busy. All right, anything else? All right, I think it was pretty thorough. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate that.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, we'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Well, let's see. I think we are at a break, 10 minutes ahead. So we'll take our 15-minute break, and Let's see, is Haley's there. You want to reach out to Mercer Island, see if they can jump on 10 minutes early? Excellent. All right, so we'll see you back here. What would that be, 2:15? Thanks, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hi, Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can. Will you be presenting this one?
I will, as well as my colleague, Sarah Bluvis.
Okay, great. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Great.
Can. Yep. All right. Well, welcome. Let me launch this for you. Luther Burbank. All right. Who does one of you want to take control to advance slides?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Kelly, there you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to drive that now. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Hildy, and I am the Deputy Director of Public Works for the City of Mercer Island. Joining me is Sarah Bluvis, Park CIP Project Manager. Today, we will be presenting our proposal for a Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program grant to fund a portion of the Luther Burbank Park Access Improvements Project. The City of Mercer Island is in King County in Western Washington. The project site is located within Luther Burbank Park on the north end of Mercer Island. The site is located just off of I-90 between Seattle and Bellevue. The 55-acre regional park, established in 1972, features a 3/4-mile shoreline and offers amenities such as a community center, administrative buildings, pickleball courts, playground, trails, outdoor art, dog park, and swim beaches and docks. This project aims to enhance safety, improve accessibility, increase parking capacity, and extend park usage year-round. To fully realize the park's potential, several improvements are necessary, including significant upgrades to the existing parking lot. Currently, the parking lot has 98 stalls, which is insufficient to support the park's many recreation and administrative functions, including but not limited to those listed on this slide. The parking lot is in poor condition with uneven pavement and cracks due to settling. It also lacks ADA accessible routes, hindering access for park visitors with disabilities. Insufficient lighting in the parking lot poses safety risks. The park is heavily used in low light hours, especially by dog walkers visiting the off-leash area. Car break-ins and catalytic converter thefts have increased, prompting Mercer Island Police to request improved lighting as a deterrent. A central landscape median supports mature oak and pine trees. Overcrowding and compacted soils caused by pedestrian foot traffic have limited root growth, hindering tree development. These trees require improved growing conditions to thrive. Accessing and navigating through the central campus from the parking lot is unsafe for pedestrians due to poor lighting and lack of accessibility. The existing pedestrian route from the parking lot to the administrative building and central campus is not ADA compliant. Additionally, there is not an accessible route to the amphitheater. Existing lighting along the main pedestrian path from the parking lot to the administrative building is inadequate and discontinuous. While some areas are partially illuminated, other access points around the central campus lack adequate lighting. The current electrical panel is undersized, hindering potential lighting upgrades. To address the surging popularity of pickleball, Mercer Island is currently converting the Luther Burbank Park tennis courts into 8 pickleball courts. This grant application seeks funding to add lights to these new pickleball courts. Extending playtime into the evening through the addition of lights will significantly increase court availability, benefiting both Mercer Island residents and the surrounding communities. In fact, according to a statistical survey by Bellevue College, 60% of park users come from surrounding cities. We expect this percentage to increase when light rail opens. This project is a 7-minute walk from a Sound Transit light rail station. Starting in 2025, this light rail will cover a service area containing 2.9 million people. By 2040, the Sound Transit service line will serve 3.7 million people. With light rail, it is realistic to expect that communities along the light rail system in Seattle and Bellevue will increasingly access the park. This project provides access to green space and healthy lifestyle opportunities for communities that are socially and economically vulnerable. The park is also on the Mountains to Sound Regional Trail, providing active transportation access from Seattle and Bellevue. In 2022, Mercer Island completed its current PROS plan after 2 years of public process. This was a major update. Statistical surveys confirmed that walking and open space are top recreational priorities. The plan listed the project for 2023, indicating it as a priority to construct. City Council budgeted partial funding in this biennium. Underscoring the project's importance, the city's ADA transition plan identifies numerous barriers in the Luther Burbank Park that will be addressed by this project. Luther Burbank Park compares with 5 other regional parks within a 10-mile radius. Note that Luther Burbank Park is the only one accessible by light rail. All of these parks have some accessibility features, but none are comprehensively accessible. This illustrates the difficulty for local governments to implement ADA guidelines for outdoor recreation without external support. I will now pass the presentation over to Sarah, who will begin with outlining the scope of work for this project.
Great, thanks, Kelly. So this project will optimize the existing parking lot by increasing capacity, improving traffic flow, and enhancing aesthetics. Key elements include reconfiguring parking spaces, installing new pavement, expanding the center median for low-impact development features and tree growth, upgrading landscaping, and adding a new entrance kiosk with updated signage. The project will also improve pedestrian safety and accessibility with new walkways, ramps, and a raised crosswalk. Additionally, upgraded electrical systems and energy-efficient lighting will be installed throughout the park. We're currently in the pre-design phase, and this project will focus on significant improvements to increase the parking capacity to accommodate current and future demand, create accessible routes to major park facilities, and enhance safety and accessibility through improved lighting in the main park area. To address the parking constraints, the parking lot will undergo a redesign. By reconfiguring the layout to accommodate compact vehicle parking, expanding walkways, and incorporating larger planters, we can increase parking capacity by approximately 20% through restriping a portion of the lot. Additional landscaping and improved stormwater management features will also be integrated into the plan. A new biofiltration swale will increase soil volume to revitalize the existing trees in the parking lot center median and enhance their ecological function. By preserving these mature trees, the park will maintain its character, improve stormwater management, and potentially create new habitat. The project design prioritizes inclusive accessibility by creating ADA-compliant pathways connecting the main parking lot to all park areas. New curb ramps, sidewalks, and a raised crosswalk will improve pedestrian safety and mobility. And to enhance visitor safety and experience, this project will implement dark sky lighting in the parking lot and adjacent park areas. By incorporating crime prevention through environmental design principles, the design aims to create a welcoming and secure environment for all park users. To extend pickleball play into evening hours at the new pickleball courts, and especially during shorter winter days, the newly renovated courts will also feature dark sky compliant lighting. This lighting solution balances safety and security with environmental considerations. The project budget is estimated at $3.7 million, developed in collaboration with our consultant team. This cost reflects the complexity of renovating an existing and aging facility, including substantial site preparation, which is approximately 30% of the project total. Addressing parking needs without expanding impervious surfaces, coupled with the requirements of extensive public engagement and the current inflationary construction market, have significantly impacted the overall project budget. So this project is currently in the pre-design phase. Design, community engagement, and permitting are scheduled for 2025, with construction commencing in 2026 and project completion anticipated by June of 2026. Our 2022 PROS plan prioritized this project based on the extensive community input we received. And you can see an outline of that on this slide. This input was gathered through a robust public engagement process, including surveys, public meetings, and digital outreach. Additionally, the city has also initiated engagement with key community stakeholders already. Friends of Luther Burbank Park, Dink on Mercer Island, which is a local pickleball organization, Seattle Shakespeare Company, and Seattle Adventure Sports have been consulted to gather input on the park's future. Building upon successful collaborations with the Snoqualmie and Duwamish tribes on previous projects, the city will also maintain a strong commitment to tribal consultation throughout the project. The Mercer Island Parks and Recreation Commission will lead the public engagement process for this project. This includes the development of a comprehensive public engagement plan, including project-specific surveys, public meetings, direct park user outreach, and online platforms like the city's Let's Talk engagement platform. The city intends to improve water quality by implementing on-site treatment from parking lot runoff. Low-impact development, or LID techniques, will mimic natural water cycles. This reduces stormwater runoff, improves water quality, minimizes flooding risks, and promotes a healthy park ecosystem. And by prioritizing transit and active transportation options, the project supports a low carbon footprint for park visitors, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving air quality. The proposed lighting system will significantly reduce energy consumption, leading to long-term cost savings and a smaller environmental footprint. By minimizing light pollution, the project creates a more natural nighttime environment, benefiting all of the wildlife that visits the park and enhancing the overall park experience. And retaining mature trees in the parking lot contributes to long-term tree canopy, enhancing biodiversity and improving air quality. By incorporating drought-tolerant landscaping and moisture-retaining soils, the project promotes water conservation, reduces maintenance costs, and creates a more resilient park ecosystem. This project builds upon existing and ongoing improvements at Luther Burbank Park, and we're grateful for the support of our community partners and previous grant funding, which has made this progress possible. Additionally, the city will utilize funding from the King County Flood Control District to complete the stormwater and LID elements of this project. So to wrap it up, this project is needed to expand capacity and meet anticipated demand for this high-quality open space park that serves a wide area and a diverse population. Thank you for your time, and we're now open for questions.
Great, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Kelly. All right, questions from the committee or anything you need to clarify? Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good presentation. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the stormwater component of the scope. I noticed it's over 500,000, I think, in the budget, which is maybe the second or third highest item on the budget. So if you could just talk a little bit more about the stormwater.
Yeah, so this facility is 52 years old, so any changes will require significant stormwater design. As we mentioned in the presentation, the objective is low impact development, starting with the center median. and using elevated type of stormwater system to treat runoff from the park. I also anticipate there are going to need to be stormwater improvements on the outer perimeter of the parking lot, again, because the regulations have changed, and we would need to bring that up to current requirements.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Right. Thank you. Can you clarify something? I noticed that you said the courts are already in place as terms of pickleball. So what this project is the lighting to be added around them at the 400,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then what is the site development? You had mentioned it's substantial, but what is it outside of the elements that are already allocated in your budget?
So just to clarify the question, what are the big development components of the scope of work?
Right. Site development is 800,000.
Yeah, so that is a big ticket item. And again, that is due to the age of this facility. The fact that this site was used for since, oh gosh, the early 1900s. And so as we've done other projects within the park, we've encountered a lot of work with doing the preparation, getting the site ready, a lot of clearing and grading work on this project. So a lot of that has to do with the parking lot itself and reconfiguring it within its footprint. That's just not the striping, that's all the work, including the paving and everything beneath it. Sarah, am I missing anything else there?
I was just going to add kind of on the topic of the history of the park and aging facilities. As we've been doing more projects within the park, we have been encountering a lot of kind of unexpected needs, both in design and into construction. So that includes things like needing additional cultural resources monitoring. We've had to do some site soil cleanups in some projects and bring in additional geotech consulting. So we're hopeful that the parking lot project or this accessibility project will not require a ton of extra resources per those other projects, but this is kind of part of our plan for planning ahead of how things typically go in this very old historic park.
Thanks. Go ahead, Silvana, and then Jill.
Is the park open year round, or has it been typically closed in the winter, and these improvements with the stormwater and the drainage are gonna increase the hours that it's open?
The park is open year round, and it is currently used year round quite extensively.
Okay, so the lighting though will extend it'll offer more capacity or more time for folks to recreate. Is that what I'm understanding? I'm reading your description in Prism.
Yes,
okay.
That is correct. So for example, the park closes at 10 p.m. Well, in the winter when the sun sets, 5, this will allow another 5 hours of usable time within the park by lighting those pickleball courts as well as the pathways in the central campus and the parking lot.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
I may have missed it. Do you have an overview of the work that you're planning, just so that I'm clear on your scope elements? And then I think you touched on it a little bit for your cultural resources. Have you had to do extensive monitoring on the site with other projects? That explains it. Okay.
We have. Yep.
Thank you. So if you have just an overall site plan of what you're doing.
See if I can.
So if we can,
Is there a good
yeah.
slide I should go to for?
Yeah, if you can keep going. There's 2 slides in particular coming up here at the scope. Right here. Okay, so yes, so this is a good overall, this slide and the next one. So definitely within the scope, we'll be reconfiguring and this parking lot for additional capacity, create additional parking capacity, as well as related stormwater improvements, landscaping, irrigation, as well as a park kiosk and park signage. That is a huge component of this work. The next slide, please. And then there is accessibility and safety improvements. So what you see here in red are the accessibility routes identified through pre-design. So we do have this parking lot. These trails within the park are accessible, but getting from the parking lot to those trails is not. Additionally, we do not have an accessible route to our amphitheater. So that would be improving those pedestrian connections. Additionally, adding the pedestrian lighting, where I have this highlighted in blue along the ADA loop path, and then upgrading the lights that are already there. And then the last big component is adding lights to the pickleball courts, which are currently under construction and will be opening in October of this year.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mercer Island on this project? All right, don't see any other hands. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us.
Well, thank you all very much, and we appreciate the time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, have a good afternoon.
Bye.
Bye. Right. Heading north to Snohomish, and let's see, Emily, are you presenting this one?
I am.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Martha Lake. You can see that okay, your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, Emily, I'll hand you control. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that. There we go. Okay,
Perfect.
whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Okay. Just a second. Hey. Good afternoon. My name's Emily Griffith, and I'm a senior park planner with Snohomish County Parks and Recreation. Today, I am presenting our Martha Lake expansion project, and we appreciate the opportunity to share this project with you. Martha Lake Park and the acquisition site are located in southwest unincorporated Snohomish County between the cities of Linwood and Mill Creek. The park and acquisition are in a rapidly growing area within the Southwest County Urban Core Sub-area, Mill Creek UGA and Linwood UGA. Acquired in 1992 and opened in the late 1990s, Martha Lake Park is a 6.3-acre property with swimming, fishing, and playgrounds that, along with the adjacent WDFW boat launch, provide the only public access to Martha Lake. The park is bounded on the south by 164th Avenue Southwest, a major road, Martha Lake to the north, and 2 smaller neighborhood streets to the east and west. The acquisition property is immediately across East Shore Drive from Martha Lake Park. The MJRO property is 0.9 acres and has a coffee stand and drive-through, 10 parking spaces, and a section of Martha Lake Creek and its associated buffer. This grant would fund acquisition of the property and its associated costs, as well as near-term development of the property for public use. The grant provides a rare opportunity to expand an existing park within a rapidly growing area to address immediate needs identified by the community and to invest in the long-term future of the park. The project goals are to expand the park, creating additional parking capacity, making safety improvements, protecting Martha Lake Creek, and laying a foundation for future development and integration into the park. In an inventory of parks within 5 miles of Martha Lake, there are few opportunities for water recreation. Of the 78 parks in 9 jurisdictions, there are only 2 that have a swimming beach and fishing facilities, and Martha Lake is one of those. Closer in, there are only 2 parks within a mile of Martha Lake and only 5 within 2 miles. None of these other parks offer water recreation. There are only 3 play areas to support the approximately 60,000 people. Martha Lake Park is a key piece of our recreation system. Going into need and local priorities, the park has an incredibly popular swimming beach, 2 play areas, a viewing dock, 2 fishing docks, 3 picnic shelters, open lawn, restrooms, and parking. The park sees year-round visitors, but use peaks in the summer with folks flocking to the swimming beach in particular. The acquisition project came out of a larger ongoing conceptual planning process. We began looking at one project within the park, but quickly realized that many amenities are going to need addressed in the next decade. So we expanded into a design for the whole park, which will guide phased development over the next 10 years. The potential for expanding the park through this acquisition site was identified with both the community and the staff this spring as part of this process. We've had 2 rounds of public outreach for the plan, which saw over 200 participants. Most come to the park to walk and enjoy the pocket of green and the lake within this urban area and want to see this space preserved and supported. 15% of people who responded mentioned a lack of parking capacity, which we're intending to address, and 84% of respondents supported exploring, expanding, adding new property, and adding to the park. A few other themes came up when we asked folks what they'd want to see changed. Safety and maintenance were the 2 that rose to the top, followed quickly by parking. Speaking of the parking capacity, this is one of the few parks with a swimming beach, and use spikes in the summer, as you can imagine. Currently, the 45 spaces within the park fill quickly, and parking spills into the very limited nearby areas, that are either paid with the boat launch or the coffee shop, or into the adjacent neighborhood. Acquiring this property will provide additional parking to handle peak flow in the near term and to make long-term improvements at the east entrance to improve parking and park flow. Safety and the condition of the park go hand in hand, and we are actively working on some immediate solutions, but the conceptual plan will also allow us to address other built environment factors, and this acquisition will allow for key changes. Near term, we'll be able to block access from 164th Street Southwest through the acquisition property, helping control access. Longer term, we will be able to vacate the right-of-way between the new parcel and the park, which will allow us to redevelop the east entrance to make additional safety improvements in the park and access to the parking lot. The park is also within half a mile of future light rail, slated for the late 2030s. The area around the station projects rapid growth in the next 20 years. There are going to be some changes to 164th Street Southwest as part of this that will impact the park, and acquisition of the property will allow us to vacate the right-of-way of East Shore Drive to offset these impacts on the park for a bus lane and for a bike lane, reorient the parking lot, and to better optimize layout within the park. The demand placed on Martha Lake Park will continue to grow, being within 2 UGAs and within the urban core sub-area, with anticipated 73% growth in population in this area by 2044. Access to and expansion of the recreation facilities is a county-wide priority for this area, and this project is in one of 2 parks acquisition and development target areas in our 2024 comp plan, and Parks has dedicated a specific pool of mitigation funding prioritizing acquisition in these areas. The Martha Lake Expansion Project also addresses 6 of 8 goals in our Park and Recreation Vision Plan and helps accomplish 20 goals and objectives identified in our 2024 comp plan. Project scope. This grant would fund acquisition of the MJRO property and associated costs, such as the appraisal review and relocation, as well as near-term development of the property for public use and associated studies, such as cultural resources, evaluation, and wetland delineation. There are 5 needs that will be addressed that we laid out before that will also be supported by this project. Supporting recreation within the urban core sub-area, adding parking capacity, allowing for safety improvements, protecting Martha Lake Creek, and laying the foundation for future development and integration into the park. The current site is just under an acre and is bound by 164th, 6th Avenue West, and East Shore Drive, as well as Martha Lake Park. The property has the coffee stand and drive-through, parking, and the Martha Lake Creek and buffer. Currently, vehicles can access the site from 164th and East Shore Drive. This grant specifically would fund the following improvements. The current owner has expressed interest in leasing the property back for a few years if approved. When the site is available, we would demolish the existing coffee stand and the ramp. We'd level the parking lot, restripe it, and optimize it for improved parking and capacity. And we'd also block access from 164th to improve park access after hours and optimize the parking layout within the parcel. And we'd also install park signage for open hours and rules. This Jersey barrier in the top right corner shows what we envision that block might look like, eco blocks or Jersey barrier to control vehicular access. While not a part of the grant, this would give us key foundations for the future. So acquiring this property would allow us to vacate the right-of-way in between the parcel and the park. It would, in the medium term, allow us to relocate the park gates. We've been working with Public Works on this, and while we don't have official approval because we'd have to start the application, they have all but said if we are successful in this acquisition, they would be willing to vacate the right-of-way. And more importantly, this sets us up for long-term, our ultimate vision to redevelop the park, which would add an additional 1.4 acres between the right-of-way vacation and the acquisition parcel to the east end of the park, allowing us to reconfigure the east entrance, reorient the parking lot, optimizing for parking and vehicular access, increasing visibility, adding parking spaces beyond today, and opening up additional green space in the interior of the park, which supports all of our project goals laid out. Currently, the appraisal review is complete and an offer letter is being sent. We are not aware of other active offers. However, there is a lot of pressure in this area. And you can see there's a housing development across the street that's going in. And other opportunities to expand the park are limited. To the east is the boat launch and other residential properties. To the west is just residential. And we have a street and a lake on the other side. So there's really nowhere else to go if we want to expand the park and continue supporting this property. And development is only going to continue to increase as light rail comes in and future land use changes with that urban core sub area. The acquisition site is well suited to the proposed development. The site is relatively flat with only one small wooden building and a low retaining wall to be demolished. The portion of the site that would support parking is already paved, and parking capacity would be scaled to match the existing developed portion, no impact to the critical areas. With the acquisition site, the acquisition site only separated by a dead end right-of-way, vacation of which is highly likely, the parcel is well suited to expanding the park. We've had multiple rounds of outreach to the community throughout the year as part of the concept plan process. We try to reach people a variety of ways and meet them where they're at. So we sent over 1,900 postcards to addresses within half a mile of the park. We put flyers in the physical park. We held 2 open houses. We had online surveys that were accompanied that. We maintain a project website with active and up-to-date information. And we reach out on social media to let other folks know if they might not have seen the other ways. We had over 200 people give us insight between all of this, 68% of which are visit the park frequently, and 88% are in the 3 zip codes immediately around the park. And as a community park, this Martha Lake is intended to serve the community right around it. So we're reaching, almost all of our engagement was from those folks that are immediately adjacent to the park. Throughout our engagement with the community, there are a few key pieces that we heard and learned. The first of which being this acquisition, we heard initially from the community and pursued it, and it fits with our long-term goals for the park. We also heard those safety concerns, and all of our designs are working to address the specifics that came up from the community process. We also heard that the current character of the park as a passive and water-oriented park is important, and we are striving to protect that. We also are working with our adjacent cities who are within our UGAs and might end up incorporating this park someday, so it's important to be collaborating with them, and our other Snohomish County departments that are have immediate interests. And the cost efficiencies, as this project would be the expansion of existing park, improvements on the new property benefit from the already developed 6-acre park and the existing amenities. There's also a reduced impact to staff time and capacity, adding to an existing facility rather than a new separate site. And thank you. To wrap up, this grant provides a rare opportunity to expand an existing park within a rapidly growing area to address immediate needs identified by the community and to invest in the long-term future of the park. Thank you for your time. I'll turn it over for any questions or comments.
Great, thank you, Emily. All right, questions or clarifications needed? Must have been pretty thorough.
It's either really good or really bad.
I noticed in your application metrics, it looks like you only have the land acquisition. You had talked about doing some improvements and demolition and whatnot, but doesn't look like that was included in so you have other funding for some of those
We do have other funding. I
elements.
don't recall that being what was in the application. But yes, there is also other funding. This is a priority for us in terms of long-term development. So, and the long-term development of the property. So the immediate use as parking would be the short-term public access, but the other improvements would be a part of this longer conceptual plan that addresses the whole park and would address a holistic phased development and improvements for, the docks that are going to need improvement in a few years and adjusting pathways, and the playgrounds are going to need life cycle replacement. So with everything needing to be touched, we know we're going to have larger improvements and would love to be able to reconfigure the east entrance as part of all of that and have an additional 1.5 acres in a growingly dense area, which doesn't happen that often.
Right. Yeah, good opportunity and a good addition to the park. Yeah, because it'll help you with those reconfigurations and whatever you need to do there. So
absolutely. And the right-of-way vacation is an opportunity that we only have if we own the property on both sides of the street. Public Works is like, yeah, of course, you're welcome to have that dead end right-of-way that's not going to connect through. And it would give us an additional 0.5 acre to be able to really make some substantial improvements down the road that was an exciting opportunity that we hadn't been looking at before. The community was like, hey, what about that property? Have you looked there? Do you think they'd be willing? And excitingly, they have.
Sure enough. Yeah, good.
I think there is a comment in the chat that there is funding for demolition in our metrics.
Oh, there is. Okay. I didn't spot that. All right. Well, good. Anything else folks need? All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All righty. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay, moving to Grace Harbor. Looks like Alyssa is here. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You can see your PowerPoint okay?
I can.
Friends Landing. Okay, great. All right. I will pass you control. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that now.
Okay, let's see.
There it goes.
Okay.
All right. Well, you can start whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Well, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Shea. I'm the general manager of the Satsat Business Park with the Port of Grace Harbor, and I'm responsible for the Port's East County, East Grace Harbor County properties. That includes Friends Landing. So I'm here to tell you about our application for Friends Landing expansion and accessibility improvements. So very quickly, for a project introduction, this is a development project in a previously developed waterfront recreation site. We're proposing to renovate and expand the existing recreational opportunities on the site in order to enhance the experience for day use and overnight users. And the recreation opportunities provided by the project will be waterfront public access, pickleball development, and enhanced picnicking and playground area. So Friends Landing is located right outside of Montesano in Grace Harbor County. It is about an hour from the coast, and we're centrally located between Portland and Seattle. And this is a tourist destination for visitors traveling to the nearby beaches and Olympic Peninsula, as well as a park used by local residents. On this slide, you'll see our site map, which shows our recreation opportunities. It's a 152-acre property on the Chehalis River and Lake Quig. And the opportunities that this site provides include hiking, fishing, camping, and bird watching. Also includes 18 RV sites, 10 tent sites, a boat launch, 2 fishing shelters, 2 picnic shelters, a playground, and a paved walking trail. So I'd like to go over the history before we start. The property was donated to Trout Unlimited in 1988, and prior to that, it was a gravel pit. Starting in the early 90s, it was developed as a recreational facility that could be used by all. There was a disabled gentleman who led this process, who had a real interest in providing outdoor accessible facilities for all. And it was one of the first that was developed in Western Washington. RCO was the primary funding partner for this facility. And in 2014, the nonprofit owner of Friends Landing chose the Port of Grace Harbor to donate this property to us, and we took on long-term management and preservation of the site. So this fits in with our vision of providing public access to the waterfront. Before I get into the inventory, I just wanted to go over again the amount of recreation opportunities that this site provides, because it's really not matched elsewhere within the service area. So again, there is a playground, RV and tent campground, 2 picnic shelters, 1.7-mile walking trail, a motorized boat launch, a non-motorized boat launch, fully accessible fishing platforms, 2 fishing shelters, and then waterfront public access. So this shows waterfront access sites in the most populated areas in Grace Harbor, and this is from our recreational lands plan. There are 6 circled in the service area. 4 of those are simply boat launches. The only competitor or nearest competitor to this, I would say, is Lake Sylvia State Park, that matches the amount of facilities we offer, but that does not have the pickleball court that we're proposing. So that's one difference. But again, very few facilities like this in the area. And we are proposing a pickleball court. So I've shown some pickleball courts in the area. One of them is a tennis court. And then one of the pickleball courts, is it's a 2 pickleball court, and the other one simply has 1 net. So very few within the service area. And there is a very active pickleball community and club in Grace Harbor that rotates between these every week, and there is high demand. Another component of this is expanding one of the picnic shelters, and picnic shelter demand is very high. They are free to use by reservation, and in 2023, we had 103 reservations. 2024, we have 104 reservations to date. We do not take reservations November through March generally, and the picnic shelters are used for a variety of purposes that are listed here, including state agencies that have utilized this for employee gatherings and trainings. And I just wanted to note as well that this project is listed in our adopted Port of Grace Harbor recreational plan, and I'll discuss more information on how we arrived at this project in the future. The primary scope of this project is to expand the picnic shelter by adding a plaza. adding a pickleball court and adding accessible walkways. This is our overlay site plan showing all the new work to be completed in the color sections. And then I will go through each of these in 3 parts to show you the details of the project. And before I get into the details, I just wanted to show you the aerial view of the project area and the surroundings. So as you can see, this site is a waterfront recreation area surrounded by water on all sides, and is the centerpiece of the 152-acre facility. So to start with, this project would add accessible walkways that would connect the existing ADA parking you'll see in the bottom left, kind of shaded, but it's there. Those are paved ADA parking spaces, and they will be connected by the accessible walkways that will span all the way over to the picnic shelter. We'll add in benches and picnic tables. Oops, excuse me. We will also keep the existing gravel surface for the remainder of the parking. Okay, this is a zoomed in view of the pickleball court, and that will be in between the existing playground and picnic shelter to add an additional amenity for our users. And the new paved walkways would connect this to the remainder of the facilities. And then the third component is at the waterfront picnic shelter. We're proposing to expand the area of the existing shelter to include an outdoor concrete plaza with fire pit and outdoor barbecue. With the increased use and number of people utilizing the shelters, we found that expanding this area would be beneficial to our users. This is our most popular picnic shelter, and it is in high demand due to it being next to the water. This is a rendering showing on an overlay, aerial photo showing the proposed improvements and how they fit with the rest of the site. A key component of this project is adding accessible walkways connecting each feature to one another where none currently exist. We're also looking to expand and improve the additional recreational opportunities as well. It improves parking in the area, which is not currently marked or denoted, and it's currently a free-for-all. Oh boy, this is it. I'm sorry, it's not showing all of a sudden where I think it's because maybe the coloring of the slide, but I can't see the controls. Now it's back. That's strange. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know, just disappeared for a second. Okay. So I was on the aerial photo, and this will add parking bumpers to more efficiently utilize the space and will make the site more cohesive and connected. Okay, now we'll move forward. Okay, so this shows the deficiency in access from the existing ADA parking stalls to the new playground and beyond. It is currently a gravel walkway, so you can see the existing paved ADA spaces. That remainder of that is gravel with some grass growing through. And we're proposing to add in all new paved accessible surfaces. The playground shown here was installed in 2019, and it also incorporates a variety of fully accessible elements. Okay, now for our budget. It was developed by our in-house contracts manager on a per unit basis based upon a combination of his own research on the cost of specific materials, as well as reviewing and applying our recent bid documents on concrete to this. There's a lot of concrete work on this. And there is a 10% contingency in these numbers as well, because we found that to be important in our most recent bids. As far as schedule and permitting, we do have a shoreline permit in hand for the walkway work, but we will need to apply for an additional shoreline permit for the pickleball and picnic shelter expansion. And that would take roughly 6 months or less from the time that we begin. If we rank high enough to receive funding, we would begin the permitting process to be complete in time for the contract to be executed next year. In 2022, we completed a community survey to help gather feedback on our recreation plan. We received 40 responses to our survey, and the feedback we received is what has influenced our decision to apply for this grant. This photo shows the ribbon cutting we held in 2019 when we installed the new playground, which was done through port funding and several donors. And as you can see, There's a great deal of community members and stakeholders engaged in this project already. This shows our survey results from users on why they visit Friends Landing. And other than the walking trail that is located to the adjacent to the project area, you can see that the covered picnic shelter and the playground were ranked second and third reasons why they visited Friends Landing. Switching over to community project engagement, I will stay focused on the community survey. And this shows the highest ranked improvements that are all part of our project that include improvements to the parking and the playground and picnic shelter areas, expanded common area amenities that include the picnic shelter renovations, and signage and lighting. They also ranked the expanded picnic shelter area amenities as high, which included a description of lawn games or other games, which is why we incorporated the pickleball court. The highest ranked item was repairing and replacing the existing trail surfaces. And this shows that our users are placing accessibility and walking, being able to access the elements at the top of their list. So the access improvements created by this project would answer that need. And this photo shows all of our community partners that helped fund the playground in 2019. Several partners have been engaged on this project and will continue to be engaged as we move forward. As I mentioned, this property was developed by the community to start with. For example, Weyerhaeuser provided original funding for the picnic shelters. They still utilize the shelters for their company picnics to this day, and they donated, I believe it was $10,000 for our playground project. Grace Harbor Community Foundation continues to be an active and engaged partner, and we will be applying to them for additional grant and matching funds for this project. The Port of Grace Harbor's goal at Friends Landing is to provide waterfront access to the community and to promote tourism as well. This project will maintain and enhance the waterfront access. And although some impervious walkways are being added, we are looking to minimize impervious surfaces by keeping existing gravel and promoting an active lifestyle. We're also looking at ways we can incorporate native landscaping into the area. We're working with our local conservation district on that. And I've highlighted the project area on this photo just to show another perspective. So you can see the dense natural area that is preserved and protected by having this project be a public, or excuse me, having this property be a public park. With regards to social factors, Grace Harbor currently ranks 37 out of 39 counties in statewide health rankings, and facilities like Friends Landing gives our community members access to outdoor recreation opportunities, cultural enhancement opportunities, and sustainable food opportunities like fishing. Cultural and social enhancement is provided by the ability to utilize gathering areas for groups at no charge, and the wildlife viewing and connections to the Chehalis River Basin offered at Friends Landing are also considered as part of the sustainability of this project. When we built this playground in 2019, we received over $75,000 in donations from 8 separate private entities and nonprofits. The playground project was not funded through RCO and would not have been completed without the generous donations. And I highlight that it was not funded simply because I want to make sure that, although this is a phase 2, I have not labeled it as a phase 2 because it is not an RCO project to start with. So at the time we completed the playground in 2019, we did not have enough money to complete the ADA access pathways or the picnic tables or the benches. So we believe that this initial investment from donors is a cost efficiency, and we now have an opportunity to further invest and expand this project. So with that, I will take any questions you have on our project.
Great, thank you, Alyssa. All right, questions for this one? There we go. Silvana, go ahead.
I think it was slide 8 under the needs section. We can go back to that. That one works right there. Yeah. Okay. So what's the distance to the other pickleball courts there? Do you know?
Yeah, I would say that service area is probably, the length of that photo could be about 10 miles. The distance is probably 3 to 5 miles. Yeah.
Okay, and are the current courts like, are you having issues with them constantly being in use and people not getting court time, or
Actually, yes. I actually live in Montesano, and I see these properties or excuse me, see these courts and drive by them, and they're actually people who come and set up additional portable nets into the parking lot to meet the demand, and there's still not enough spaces.
okay. And then you mentioned Lake Sylvia for water access, and I'm aware that that place is currently closed right now. But how far is that from approximately? Is it like a 20-minute drive, a 10-minute drive?
It is about a 10-minute drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Roxanne, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed in the renderings that you're really redeveloping the whole space, but I didn't see a lot in your budget in terms of the lawn and the landscaping in establishing that, or routes that continue to the pickleball or the tables. So can you describe how much of that work is included in your budget?
Yeah, it is included in there. I'm just got my paper budget here, but can you go to that slide with the budget really quick? Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, landscaping improvements at 10,000. That would be some of the hydro seeding there. Some of that area is kind of already grass, so we'll just be filling in spaces, and then just developing the circulation paths. That's all concrete work. Site structures or site furnishings is part of the plaza work, and then general site prep would also be included in readying that site for installing the walkways.
Is there any irrigation with the landscaping, and do your routes go to the pickleball court and to the tables?
No irrigation included.
Okay.
That's part of our, I guess I could add that to our sustainability, because it's all on a well that comes out of that aquifer. And so we're trying to be as efficient as possible with the water in that area. So we don't water that park.
Go ahead, Jill.
Have to unmute myself there. And I know, and just to confirm, I didn't hear an answer to the accessible route to the tables, to the picnic tables there, and to the pickleball court. I can't tell if the accessible route goes all the way to those amenities.
It will connect. I think that the person who did this just left them out, but those will be connected. That's an important feature here.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else that the committee needs on this one? All right, looks like we're good. Thank you very much, Alyssa.
All right, thank you for your time.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we are at a break. 3:15. I didn't change that. Let's come back at 3:30, 10 minutes ahead. And let's see, is Russell on here? Yeah, Russell, if you want to reach out to your folks and just tell them.
Yeah, Raymond will be on for sure then.
Okay, great. And then the next two after that as well.
Sounds perfect.
Thanks, Russell.
Yeah, bye.
All right, see you at 3:30. Hey, Tia.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. All right. We're in the home stretch of day 2. Let me pull up your presentation for you. There we go. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Okay, good. I'm going to pass you control. If it doesn't work for whatever reason, just let me know and I can advance your slides.
Okay.
But it's been working pretty well all day, so hopefully all will be well. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that. Nice.
Yeah, it's working. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Well, my name is Tia Channel. Thank you for allowing me this time today to present. I'm presenting for the City of Raymond's Dr. O.R. Nevitt Memorial Pool Renovation, Phase 1, located in downtown Raymond, Washington. The project goal is to renovate an aged and unique outdoor community pool to allow for further swim competition options and exercise, while also adding additional recreational play within the facility. Renovation of the facility is necessary to continue to be operational in the summers to come. The lining of the pool has become rough over time and lacks lane lines for proper competition and safety. The current slide only allows skilled swimmers to experience the fun it has to offer. We are proposing a new pool lining with lane lines integrated and an additional kiddie slide on the pool deck to allow all swimmers a fun aquatic recreational experience. This is a 2-story concrete structure. The locker rooms and front desk are located on the ground level. The pool deck is located on the 2nd level and open to the weather. An elevator lift is on site to give access to those with disabilities. This structure is within a city park, which has been in existence for many decades in the center of town. The park offers a playground and a kiddie pool in addition to the main pool. We are requesting RCO grant funding in the amount of $391,500 towards the total of $435,000. Located in Pacific County, this facility is the only public swimming pool within the county. Pacific County is located in the farthest southwest corner of Washington State, with Raymond being in the northern half. The pool is owned and operated by the city, the largest city within the county, with an estimated 3,167 residents as of 2022. In the heart of Raymond's downtown core, the facility neighbors a playground, the post office, and Timberland Regional Library. It is easily within a 10-minute walk from all neighborhoods within the city, or patrons have access less than 2 blocks away to the main public transportation line. Opened in 1955, the pool operates June through September. It offers more than half the days per week of free recreational swims sponsored by local businesses throughout the season. It also offers extremely low-cost swim lessons, aerobics classes that serve a large group of senior citizens 3 times a day, a youth swim club, lap swim, and employment to over a dozen local youth. 3 school districts utilize the facility for annual swim lessons for their students. In addition to school lessons, the pool also partners with a local ABA therapy group to facilitate water safety instruction for children with autism or other developmental disabilities. According to the U.S. Census Bureau Quick Facts, Pacific County lags behind the state and national average for annual wage and median household income. With a socially vulnerable community that is home to many lower-income families, the need for increased free and/or low-cost recreational activities are high. The closest option for an aquatic facility would require car transportation, which is not always a cost-effective option for many. Our facility offers free parking for those visiting and just the short walk to the public transportation access. Additionally, with a larger aging population than the state average, The need for a safe and accessible aerobic and exercise aquatic facility is also high. The Raymond Pool partners with Medicare to offer free to the member aerobics classes for our area's seniors. The existing facility was built in 1955 and last renovated in 2002. It has a minimum depth of 3 feet 4 inches and a maximum depth of 6 feet. It has a large slide on deck that enters the deeper portion of the pool, only being accessible to those able to swim on their own. The facility also lacks modern options such as lane lines within the deteriorating rough lining of the pool. Adding lane lines would greatly expand the use for swim club, lap swim, lessons, and aerobics classes. The project has been prioritized by the city due to the vocal support from the community. In the city's recent comprehensive plan update, the pool was mentioned on multiple surveys for need and priority. The demand for the pool is high as it has served nearly 7,000 individuals this last summer, with that number greatly increasing this year. The city took over operation of the pool from a volunteer nonprofit group this past year due to the public concern for funding, updates, and renovation needs that the local nonprofit group could no longer handle on their own. The city has put more than $100,000 into the facility this year and has created a plan for stages of renovations within their budget. In the 1990s, the facility was closed due to the budget and repair needs. During these years of closure, the community suffered significant loss with not just one drowning, but 3 local elementary student drownings in the Willapa River, just 4 blocks away from our pool facility. As seen on this map, our community is surrounded by multiple waterways, which creates a great need for safe swim options and swim lessons. The need to renovate this facility to allow continued years of a safe swimming location within the community is extreme. Without this facility operable, we are at great risk of additional lost lives due to the abundance of bodies of water that surround us. As a community who has suffered from swim-related deaths in the past, the need for renovation of the facility to continue operating and provide our area youth swim lessons is a priority. The closest public pool options other than this facility are located in neighboring counties. Therefore, the local need for it to remain open is high. Other pool locations include Grays Harbor County, 28 miles away, one way, Lewis County, 53 miles away, one way, and Astoria, Oregon, also 53 miles away, one way. With other options being so far away, community members lack public transportation options to visit those locations. As mentioned in the introduction, this facility is quite unique as it is a 2-story structure located within the city's 5th Street Park. There is also a free kiddie pool that is open daily next to the main pool. The main pool offers the large slide into the deeper end of the pool. The project scope will ensure that the existing rough lining is ground out and renovated to a safe and smooth surface. The proposed renovations will expand the use of the facility tremendously. The rough areas of the lining cause interference with daily operations, as many try to avoid them to keep from causing injuries. The lining shows signs of stress with a crack forming in the middle, which indicates that it is well beyond its use if not renovated soon. With the completion of the project, our patrons will be able to have a safe place for aquatic play and competition for many years to come. The pool facility offers accessibility to all, as it has an elevator lift on site that allows all patrons access to the 2nd-story pool deck from ground level. In addition to the elevator lift, there is also a lift into the pool water from the pool deck. In renovating, we are including the new kiddie slide in the design to align the need of all ages and people with different swim levels. This allows an opportunity for slide fun for all who visit the facility. The process of the lining renovation involves grinding and filling rough spots throughout the pool. It's then sprayed with a texturing method and smoothed. Lane lines are created with tiles and edge tiles are replaced with new tiles. The slide is built on site and connected to the pool deck with heavy-duty bolting into the concrete floor. Utilizing all-inclusive quotes from WMS Aquatics for the slide and lining renovation totals, The total estimated budget for the project is $435,000. If awarded this grant, the city is devoted to matching funds needed out of the annual city budget for up to $50,000 to see this project completed. The project engagement methods began with the 2022 City Comprehensive Plan update. This update included multiple community meetings, workshops, and online surveys. The aged pool facility was a top mentioned facility requested to be updated. The issues mentioned included safety and lack of use options and opportunities for all ages. It was highly suggested the younger children on site have an option for a slide since the larger one is only for those strong swimmers. These surveys were shared on social media, the city website, and in community workshops. The plan for this project is based on the feedback obtained through the surveys received and from the patrons of the pool who've expressed their frustrations and wishes of the facility within a suggestion box that's held on site. With multiple community and business supporters, the pool provides a total of 35 free sponsored rec swims throughout the summer. North Pacific County Teen Advocacy Coalition, Willapa Harbor Health Foundation, the 3 area school districts, Pacific County Health Department, and Basics Northwest, an ABA therapy provider, are significant sponsors. All of these supporters have county-wide outreach and continue to provide financial and in-kind support for ongoing repairs. The facility is located 500 feet away from public transportation, which is available 27 times per day and transports throughout the county, neighboring counties, and cities throughout the day. This project will help increase the physical and social activities at the pool. Getting funding for this set of renovations allows us to use city budget to allocate towards more staff, which will increase the actual operating hours and opportunities. Renovating the pool will reduce leaking, which in turn will save the water usage and lower the costs of daily operations. These renovations will help increase the lifespan and are designed in a way that will reduce future maintenance costs from leaks. Due to the high demand of the pool, this year we doubled the lifeguards hired. This is a great way for us to invest in our youth as their employer. In addition, people often travel from neighboring counties to enjoy the pool and in turn, invest in our economy during their visits. The city of Raymond will supply match for this phase of the renovations with the total budget amount of $50,000. Other renovations and repairs for the site have been made this year and included over 160 hours of donated labor time from members of the nonprofit pool board. The funds for the repairs made since January of this year total just over $167,000. This was a combined effort between the city and multiple donors, including the pool board, LV Raymond Foundation, and Weyerhaeuser. In conclusion, the city of Raymond lacks safe, functioning recreational facilities. Without this facility operating, there is a great risk of more drownings in the area. With the help of this grant, we hope to continue to provide a safe and fun place for aquatic play, exercise, and swim instructions for many years to come. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tia. Nice job. Questions from the committee? Ann, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Can you talk about how your budget was determined?
Yeah. Thank you for flipping, going back to that. So we went back and forth on many different quotes with WMS Aquatics, which we'd done quotes with other places, and that was the one we kept coming back to. They handle many aquatic facilities, YMCAs in the state, and came down. We did have to lower the cost quite a bit because some of the renovations we want to do, the total is quite high. And so we needed to keep it under a certain budget amount because we do have other repairs we're doing currently. So we set a new budget for the next fiscal year of $50,000 to go towards grant funding if we were to receive any. And then we also have $25,000 that goes to other maintenance and repair needs. Like I said, there's a lot of repairs that are different from the renovations. So we're trying to separate those budget totals within the city budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne, and then Jill.
Right. You referenced Weyerhaeuser and a lot of great partners, and it sounds like many of them help the nonprofit function or maybe are doing work outside of the particular project that you have in this. Is anybody else contributing specifically to the liner, the
liner,
lanes in the slide?
So far, we just have the pool board's fundraising efforts that they've applied for. They have around 22,000 to assist with. And then the city budget of 50 if we go over. And then we also have a meeting tomorrow with the Cheney Foundation. They want to come visit the site physically to see it before we move forward with the next phase. So we have applied for additional grants, but we have not acquired those funds at this time. We also have applied for 0.09 tax funds through our county. And it sounds like we may be receiving 75,000 as of January to go towards pool renovations, but that's not official yet.
And when you say pool board, is that something that the city has established, or is that a residual of the nonprofit?
It is not. It is, the pool board is called People Organized to Operate Leisure Activities. They formed in the 90s when the city closed the pool due to budget restrictions. And I come from the era that had all those drownings. Those were my classmates. And so I didn't have a pool when I was growing up. And the pool board formed in order to fundraise to get the pool back up and running. And so that's where I got involved, because I do have a big heart in this project and I want to see it succeed and stay open. I would hate to see it close again. And so that pool board is still functioning to this day. It is completely revamped and has all new members, including myself. And we have done tons of fundraising this last year to help, even for this year, remain open to do major renovations. So they still are in operation. They're completely separate from the city, and they do regular fundraising within the community to support needs that might fall outside of the city budget. If it goes over and we need it, then the pool board is willing to fundraise to find those funds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, I had a question. Does the city of Raymond have like an adopted park plan or facilities plan? And did I miss that? I apologize if I did. But it would go towards your need. So I was just wondering if I missed it.
We do have a parks plan. It was updated, I want to say in 2022. I know when I started working on the pool project, that was one thing that fell through the cracks, is it wasn't current. And so we lost out on a grant for a splash pad because of that. And so since then it has been updated and the pool is listed and part of their plans.
Okay. Do you know what priority was given to the pool in the park plan?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or clarifications needed? Okay, I don't see any other hands. So I think we're good. Thank you, Tia, very much for presenting.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me the time to hop on sooner. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Okay, moving down to Cowlitz, and I think I saw Alyssa here.
Here we go.
There you are. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Okay, Riverside Park. Let me open this one for you. You can see that okay?
Yep.
Great. Okay, on Entity Control, go ahead and click on the slide. You should be able to take that now.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Dunn. I work for the Cowlitz County Parks Department. And this is the Riverside Park Legacy Play Area. The Riverside Park is located right on the I-5 corridor, as you can see in the map, between Olympia and Portland. You only have to drive 1 mile from I-5 to get to the park, so we have very easy access. So this is a map of Cowlitz County and all of our little districts that we have in all of our cities. We have a population of 113,000 people. Within our county boundaries, we provide recreation for the cities of Kelso, Longview, Castle Rock, Toutle, Alama, and Woodland. Within the city of Kelso sits the community of Lexington, where Riverside is located, with a population of about 5,000 people. With this grant, we want to build an interconnected play area in the center of our park. We plan on building a legacy play area that will be enjoyed for years to come. This play area will include new playgrounds, asphalt pump track, ADA picnic sites, ADA paths leading to the playground and pump track, as well as a few landscaping updates. Riverside Park is our biggest park, and it's 58 acres. We're lined by the Cowlitz River. It's extremely popular in the summer as we have reservable picnic sites to host birthday parties, reunions, company picnics, and weddings. Riverside is also home to multiple sports clubs. The last time Riverside Park had a big upgrade was in 1976 when the park's infrastructure was first installed. We have 4 restroom facilities, soccer fields, softball and baseball fields, disc golf course, a covered pavilion, tennis court, basketball court, volleyball nets, and a bocce ball court. And in the map, you can kind of see where we're proposing we put a new playground and the new pump track. And you can see that there's 2 restrooms that are nearby to each one of those. So it'd be easy access for everybody. Our current playground for our 5 to 12-year-olds is getting old and starting to fall apart. It is slated for removal in the coming years. As pictured, the paint is peeling. It is becoming difficult to find replacement parts due to its age. Not only is it wearing down, it is not ADA accessible, as you also have to walk through a grassy field and you have to go down a grassy slope to get to the start of the bark chips for the playground. Lexington is a growing community and had its first elementary school built this last year due to the increase in the number of children. The school has 740 students and 72% of them are on free or reduced price lunch. Our low-income community creates a high demand for free to low-cost activities, such as access to public parks and playgrounds. Riverside Park is the only public park in the Lexington community. These are the directions to the 2 nearest playgrounds, one from City of Longview and one from the City of Kelso. And as you can see, you have to go on to a state highway for 3.3 miles. And not many kids would want to bike or walk 11 miles just to go to a playground. And then there's the safety factor of walking on a state highway with little to no shoulder. Currently, we lack all season activities for kids and adults. When it rains, which is on average 178 days a year, most people stay indoors for lack of activities other than walking. That is where an asphalt pump track comes into play, as you can use them year-round, rain or shine. Most parks in the area do not allow skates on their paths and sidewalks, or paths are so cracked it is unsafe to use skates and rollerblades, leaving skaters nowhere to go. They can use pump tracks. So what is a pump track? A pump track allows riders to enjoy practicing the basic skills of carrying momentum, improving balance, and building speed by using their arms and legs to pump their bike, board, scooter around the track. We also lack activities for 12 and up age demographic. Pump track fulfills that need as they truly are used by all ages, from toddlers on strider bikes to professional mountain bikers. Even though we're surrounded by forests, most of them are privately owned, mostly by Weyerhaeuser, and we have zero public access to any mountain biking trails. As you can see in the maps right here, the closest asphalt pump track is located in the Portland metro area over 53 miles away, which is overcrowded, or 118 miles to SeaTac. As for biking trails, the closest public access trail system is 56 miles away in Yacolt. Then we have 107 miles Post Canyon and 68 miles in Capitol Forest. As pictured in the beginning, this is the center of the park with existing bathrooms and existing parking lots with ADA parking. Pictured in this drawing shows the layout of all the different features and components of the project. Due north at the top is the playground area with play structures, swings, pads, picnic sites. Due south is the pump track location with ADA pads leading to the entrance of the track. The west side of these new features runs an existing ADA path that runs north to south and will serve as access points for new paths. As you can see in this slide, this is a up-close layout of the play area to kind of give you an idea of what it would look like. The parking lot that will be used to access the playground already has existing ADA parking. From the existing main trail, we will be building 36-inch asphalt paths that will lead to the 5 to 12 playground area and will have new ADA picnic sites along the way with an accessible picnic table at each site. A little further south will be a 2 to 5 play structure with additional paths and picnic sites. And then below that is the swing set. The pump track will be designed specifically for Riverside, so these are just examples. The pump track design is based on the needs of our community. I have been working with American Ramp Company, who builds and designs world-class Velo Solutions pump tracks. Each track built is unique and has a new design. They put together a design team of bikers, skaters, artists, and engineers to design each unique pump track they build. They will be meeting with our department and our volunteer group to come up with a design. Some of the variations include longer stretches to build momentum, areas for beginners to build their skills, and features for professionals. At the pump track will be a gathering spot for ADA picnic tables, bike racks, and benches for spectators. And that's an example of one of the bike racks. Pictured is one of the playgrounds we're looking at. We're looking for a playground where kids can hang out and play together. Most playgrounds are designed like escalators. They lead you from point A to point B, and kids don't stop and engage with each other. We're looking for something with hangout areas and want a design that will bring kids together. Stopped working.
I could advance them for you. Sometimes you can just click on the screen or use your arrow keys on your keyboard.
Okay, arrow key. We'll switch.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
As you can see in these pictures, the proposed project location is a wide open grassy field surrounded by existing perimeter path, parking lots, and trees. The infrastructure is there and waiting to be utilized. Construction will not impact daily park visitors as it's an underused space in the park. We're learning from previous playground install and their design flaws. The biggest being ADA access. We'll be building 2 picnic sites that will be barrier-free with ADA picnic tables and a minimum of 48 inches of ADA surface around the tables. The benches installed will also be ADA accessible, as pictured on the bottom left. Paths will be 36 inches wide to create barrier-free access to play areas. For the playground surfacing, we'll be using a mixture of rubber and wood playground chips. The rubber material will lead to the features on the playground and high traffic areas. The rest will be surrounded with wood chips. The mixture will bring down cost, but maximize access. You can kind of see an example of what that would look like. So one of the biggest questions I've been asked is why asphalt? Simply, it can be used by anybody in year-round. It allows multiple sports and abilities to use the track, such as bikes, skates, skateboards, scooters, wheelchairs, strider bikes, and just about anything with wheels. It requires minimal upkeep and maintenance. So this is the total project cost that we're expecting, which is going to be $1,043,000. We're asking RCO for $500,000. We'll be contributing $523,000 in cash, $5,000 volunteer labor from a local bike group that has volunteered, and high school students needing community service hours to graduate. Most of our high schools require about 40 hours, and we have a constant need and request for kids wanting to do projects, and this is going to be a great one. $15,000 from Cowlitz County staff for labor for prep work and install. The playground and the playground install and playground flooring materials is budgeted for $516,000. The pump track will be $450,000. The ADA picnic sites will be $10,000. ADA paths will be $25,000. And we came up with that number. We were given a quote of $7 per square foot, and we're expecting 100 feet in length with 36 inches wide. Site furnishings include 4 benches, 2 bike racks, 3 ADA picnic tables, site prep work, including earthwork and furnishing install done by county staff at $5,000 for 125 hours of work. We put in $25,000 for a cultural resources survey. We'll probably need one. $14,000 for A&E for the pump track, which was provided, the quote was provided by American Ramp, so their number is solid. And this is the contract for the design cost. I've been working, like I said, with the American Ramp Company, and this is the price breakdown that they gave me. They'd be responsible for designing and building the track. The $14,000 is just for the design with complete architectural engineer drawings. The company comes out and they look at the site. They'll be working with our group and our volunteers to figure out exactly what we need. Based on comparable designs, they gave me a quote of $450,000 just for the track. And we can pivot on our design to stay within our cost budget. Playground cost. I received the following quotes from one of the playground options that is brand new and will not be phased out by the time we buy it. We can customize it to fit our budget needs. As pictured, you can see the change, top right, the number of towers and the slides to adjust our price. The play structure that goes along with the tower, pictured in the middle, is $96,000. Pictured left is the 2-bay swing at $9,000, and the seat options are customizable. The other companies I contacted were not able to guarantee that the model would be available next year and was told to wait until closer to the install date before choosing, but there's many options for our price point. I did meet with our county building and planning department to show them our plans and was told we will only need to apply for a planning clearance and a grading permit. They were unable to give me a price estimate for this. They said I have to apply when I'm ready to do the project and they'll give me the cost. This is our project timeline, just kind of give you an idea. We're shooting for October of 2026. We're ready to hit the ground running. We just did a cultural resources survey for one of our other projects. So we have all of our companies lined up. I've already figured out which company we want to use for a pump track. And most of it will fall in line pretty quickly since we won't be doing much of the work. The bulk of the work will be contracted out and we have our companies picked out. So the reason this project came to be was we did a public survey for our new comprehensive plan that we did at the beginning of this year. One of the questions that we asked in a survey was, what would you like to see most in our county parks? The 2 items with the most votes was a new playground and a pump track, moving these to the top of our list in our comp plan. We have a group of volunteers that will be helping the design team with the pump track design. Each person brings a different perspective based on age and ability. We will also be doing a school survey that will go out to all the students at each grade school to choose which playground will be installed. I reached out to the 2 closest grade schools to ask if they would be interested in helping us choose which playground the community wants. With approval from the school principals, the kids will be presented with 2 playground options, and the kids are going to vote in class. The one with the most votes will be the one we install. Kids bring a completely different perspective to play, and often they are not heard. I want to hear what these kids have to say. After all, this is a legacy project that's being left and started for the kids in our community. And these are the quotes that I got from the principals when I asked for their input if they wanted to be involved with this, and everybody was very excited. Some of the local kids that I've talked to are super excited to be able to choose a playground design. This is a letter that I received, a community request with a bunch of signatures for a pump track. And this was when our comp plan went out. They read that it was in our comp plan and got all sorts of excited. And a gentleman went out and got all these signatures in a matter of 2 hours, that's a lot for our community. And they have volunteered their time, labor, and equipment if needed. So with this letter, we formed a group that will help with the pump track, and it includes kids and adults, our youngest being an 8-year-old girl who is a pump track enthusiast. We chose materials that will bring down future maintenance costs. Asphalt lasts for a long time, and these tracks are low maintenance. We chose playground surfacing that will have future cost-saving benefits by using a durable material for high traffic areas and locally sourced play chips for low traffic areas. Wood play chips are easily accessible in our area due to the local large-scale bark company, which utilizes excess wood from the Longview-Kelso Weyerhaeuser lumber yard. This will be a place where parents can meet to socialize. Kids can learn to play again without social distancing. It is about promoting physical activities that can be enjoyed by all ages. The community can engage in healthy activities such as biking, skating, running, and playing. Pump tracks create a great workout, and playgrounds promote physical activity through cooperative play. Our legacy play area will be a popular destination that will become a hive of community activity. This project is about community engagement and listening to what their needs are. After all, community is about doing something together that makes belonging matter. We'll be working with volunteers for construction of the pump track and our overall design. We budgeted for $5,000 in donated labor from the local bike group. And we came up with that number in the billing manual on the RCO website. They put a standard labor rate for $21 an hour. Using that standard rate, we figured it'll take about 248 volunteer hours to help with shovel work, rake work, cleanup, leveling bark chips, and building tables and benches. All of the local high schools require community service hours to graduate, and we'll be having work party days that will be open to those students. And that's my project. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Alyssa. Okay, questions or clarifications needed? Silvana, go ahead, and then Jill.
I have a couple questions. On slide 19, when we were talking about let's see. Okay, so here you talk about the A&E for the pump track. Do you have architectural and engineering design costs for the playground included as well?
No, because that comes with the playground that you buy. It's already in there.
Okay, so you're using the local company for that.
Yes.
Okay, and then for the playground, I was wondering, could you talk about having a combination of the engineered wood fibers and the pour in place for accessibility, but then the playground itself, it was hard to see if there was accessible features to it because it looked like it would require a lot of climbing and whatnot. I wasn't sure if there was like landings for transition.
That picture is kind of hard to see. So there's actually, I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. It's almost like access belt points. And I watched a video of kids in wheelchairs that were able to access this specific playground.
Okay.
And it met everybody's needs.
Okay. Sounds good. And then the last thing was with the wood fibers in the playground. I believe that the standards are for engineered wood fibers. And you mentioned getting from your local, like wood chips, which are different than what is used for playground fall protection. And I wasn't sure.
Correct. It's their playground chips. It's just they're made locally. We have a huge production company that does them. are
Lucky
really
you.
easy for us to get, you know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's nice having a local source.
Yeah,
Jill?
for sure.
Yeah. Did you have something, Joe?
Yeah, can you go to, I think it's slide 20. Keep going. Sorry. I'm going to the, yeah, project timeline. Are you flexible in your timeline? I know that the funding of this wouldn't be able, the contract wouldn't be signed generally until after July of next year. So I just wanted to see if that was.
Yeah, absolutely. For some reason, I thought it was this year. Never mind. We're totally flexible.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you can do design and cultural resources in advance of signing a grant.
Okay.
But that would be an eligible pre-agreement cost, but you can't start any actual construction or purchasing materials and that sort of thing.
Okay.
All right. Anything else needed on this one? Okay, I don't see anything. Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, we got one more.
The best one. Oh, don't start the clock yet.
Welcome, Clark County, moving just a little bit further south. So, Lindy and Michael, is that Michael?
Yep, that is correct.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, can you see that okay?
Yep.
All right. I will pass you control so you can advance your slides. Right, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that. There it goes.
There it goes. Great. Cool.
Good. Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lindy Wallach. I'm here with Michael Chow, and we are Park and Trails planners for Clark County Parks. And we're here to present for Orchards Community Park renovation. Orchards Community Park is in Clark County, which is in Southwest Washington on the north side of the Columbia River, just north of Portland. Park property is located on a boundary with the city of Vancouver and serves residents of both the unincorporated county and the city. The park is bordered on the west by I-205 and on the south by 4th Plain Avenue, which is a major thoroughfare in the county. Here's a look at our general project area, which overlaps most of the developed portion of the park. Though a community park, Orchards functions more like a neighborhood park and has been subject to regular vandalism. Our project intends to draw more visitors to the park, hoping to reduce the incidence of vandalism and increase the park's overall value to the community. Our grant application will support the renovation and expansion of the existing play areas, develop a new children's pavilion, and a new water spray ground, and create accessible routes to the facilities at the site. Community parks in the county are intended to provide a level of service within 3 miles of the site. Orchard serves just under 140,000 county and city residents. No other large play areas, picnic pavilions, or water spray play areas are within the county's inventory within the service area. However, water spray ground at Kleinline Pond in the Philida neighborhood is approximately 5 miles from Orchards. Within the service area, the city of Vancouver has David Douglas Park, and that features reservable picnic shelters. And the city's Leroy Hagan Memorial Park also features a shelter and a larger play area. Water features can be found at the city's waterfront and Esther Short Park in downtown Vancouver, but neither are within our park's service area. Ridgefield is nearing completion on a new spray pad at Overlook Park, which is around 14 miles from Orchards. This graphic reflects the available picnic shelters and large play areas within the service area. There are no water features within the service area, so we've expanded our view to downtown Vancouver and Ridgefield. All other parks in this service area are neighborhood parks or provide none of the amenities proposed in our grant request. The need for this project has been determined through a review of our park recreation and open space plan, or PROS plan, which identifies the need for high quality recreation for underserved communities and addressing known gaps in accessibility to parks. We identified that Orchard sees only a few small community gatherings annually and does not receive consistent shelter reservations during the recreation season. The current use of the site underserves the population within the service area. Anticipated use after this project is completed could triple the use of the park, likely bringing in folks from beyond the service area boundaries. The project will also improve equity and access to water spray grounds, which provide relief from our ever-warming summers. Kleinline Pond does feature our only spray ground in the county's inventory, and though we don't have data on the number of persons visiting that park specifically for water spray play access, we've anecdotally witnessed the immense popularity of the small water spray play area. It receives near constant use during the summer recreation season. The area is packed on weekdays, weekends, and holidays. Here's a snapshot of our community survey results from our 2022 PROS plan development, which identified playgrounds, picnic facilities, and spray grounds as the community's priorities.
Orchards Community Park is a flat and forested site with primary access from the south off of 4th Plain Avenue, with local neighborhood connections located at the north and eastern property boundaries. The park was developed in the 1980s with a trail loop system, restroom building, play area, horseshoe pits, and pavilion. The site also features volunteer developed and maintained areas, a memorial rose garden, and RC car track. Existing play equipment appears to be 20 years old. Featured here is the long-term plan for the park, where the county addresses issues of accessibility, equity, and inclusion, along with current problems unique to the site. Some improvements, Some improvements include improved entry points from the 4th Plain and the surrounding neighborhoods, expanded and paved parking to create ADA and additional parking spaces for the renovated facilities, and relocation of the restroom building with more vandal-resistant features to be shared between the play areas and existing pavilion. This preliminary concept design will be updated after public engagement. The grant will support the first phase of the project, focusing on providing more accessible play within the park. This includes replacing the existing playground and adding a tot lot with inclusive play structures and turf ball surfacing. A spray ground and pavilion with a tot lawn will also be included. This renovation will provide the second free water play access in the county's inventory, which is important to county in creating equity for residents. Along with the west side improvements, the plan for the first phase includes addressing accessibility issues at the existing pavilion on the east side of the park, which includes adding accessible pathways to this pavilion from existing trails. Here we can see our vision for the new play areas. We'll be removing existing play equipment and reconfiguring the space to maximize the use of the play area. We envision inclusive play areas that provide risks and challenges for children of all abilities to play together. We will use synthetic surfacing to improve accessibility and maximize equipment height, space, and challenge. We will also have separate play areas for the 2 to 5-year-olds and 6 to 12-year-olds. Currently, there is a large unused space adjacent to the existing play areas. Here, we will create a new 3,000 square foot spray ground and children's shelter. The spray ground equipment will be selected based on community interests, but a combination of dumping buckets for older children and surface sprays and tunnels for younger children will be incorporated. The shelter will be located adjacent to the spray ground and be non-reservable, so it is available for impromptu use. This will be a place of refuge during inclement weather and the hot sun. A game table or other informal play features may also be incorporated based on community interest. Pavilion will also include a storage room to house equipment for the spray ground. A significant part of our project includes accessibility improvements to existing and future facilities. The existing shelter on the east side of the meadow area does not have an accessible route, along with several picnic tables and other facilities. These areas require improvements to meet ADA standards. Here's the breakdown of the estimated budget for the first phase of the project and the estimated schedule. These budget numbers were developed by reviewing similar past projects the county has constructed over the recent years. $2,564,500 will be allocated towards construction, $50,000 will be allocated towards cultural resources and permitting, and another $25,000 for administration, architecture, and engineering. The county plans on performing community outreach in early 2025, with design taking place from 2025 to early 2026, with construction taking place in 2026 into 2027.
The need for additional play areas, picnic facilities, and spray grounds was determined through a community engagement process with the development of our 2022 PROS plan. The development of this plan included a community survey, multiple public meetings, and advertisements through social media platforms. To finalize the concept plan and the design of the improvements, community engagement will continue throughout the project. We will begin by installing a welcome to your park sign, seen here at the top left, at our entry points to the park. These signs will help communicate to folks using the park that a new project is in the works, provide a timeline for completion, and also opportunities for their participation. Information is translated into multiple languages determined through the limited English proficiency or LEP assessment that we complete for each of our projects. To ensure that we are reaching out to underserved populations in the community, we also use that LEP reporting information plus data from Washington State's Broadband Infrastructure Project to reach out to many community and cultural groups, schools, Native American tribes, churches, etc. Primarily through email and signage, we make contact, letting people know about our upcoming projects, providing participation opportunities, and seeking interest in one-on-one discussions. Our process will also include an open house and community survey where we invite the public to view a concept plan, propose designs for playground equipment, and seek their feedback. Community input will impact our designs for this project. During our open house and survey process, we will collect all comments and review them, looking for overall trends of concern or interest and any safety and security needs that we need to consider. Our goal is to provide a facility that fits in our budget, is valued by the community, and maintainable for the future. We've also been in conversation with multiple neighborhood associations within the service area and have support on the project from a few of them, as well as from the Rotary Club and the local elementary school. As we move forward with this project, we will also engage the community, specifically within the service area, to ensure that they are involved with several elements of the project, including identifying accessibility issues that need to be addressed, types of traditional and water spray play elements they would like to see in the park. We will begin stakeholder development in earnest this winter, host an open house in early spring 2025, and begin reviewing data in late spring 2025 to help us with meeting the deadlines for concept plan refinement and design.
The design will feature low-impact development design, use of native plantings, reduction of irrigated areas, and protection of existing tree canopy. Sustainable social factors addressed are increased access through a variety of different modes of transportation, including walking from surrounding neighborhoods and points of interest. Other social factors addressed are increased opportunities for inclusive play and water play within the county. This map shows the project site and its relationship and proximity to areas of interest in the surrounding community. This includes transit stops, the Vancouver Mall, YMCA, Covington Middle School, and residential neighborhoods. Clark County will be using local appropriations that will fund a majority of the project with grant support. Additional cost efficiencies include in-house design, volunteer support, and use of cooperative purchasing contracts. Other efficiencies will be considered through the design process to minimize the costs to the county during design, construction, and maintenance throughout the life of the project. Thank you for your time. We're excited to hear your feedback.
Great, thanks you guys. All right, any questions, clarifications needed? Jill, go ahead.
Yeah, clarification. When you were speaking of the spray pad, you said there was one in the area that was observed to be busy. How close was that to your service area?
So, I'm sorry, Klein Line Pond is at Salmon Creek Regional Park. That was on the west side. It's on we can go back to the priorities slide. It was a star.
Which slide would that have been?
One of the under number one. There we go. Yep. It's the blue star along I-5 midway between the top star and the two bottom stars. So the blue stars are all the water spray play areas. And Klein Line Pond is the middle one there. So it's about 5 miles from the site.
Got it. Thank you.
Genevieve, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
My question was kind of along the same lines. There was a slide, I think maybe after this one, that showed survey results for the spray park. And if I'm reading that right, 41% said a splash pad is not important. Am I?
Right, but over 55% said that it was somewhat important or very important.
Oh,
And we anecdotally witnessed that combined with our witnessing of the importance of spray play areas and the busyness of them led us to include that in this project.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to look at the graph again and make sure I read it right. So I see what you're saying, that 50%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about when and how the master plan was developed? Because it sounds like you referenced your community output being the next steps on the design of these elements, but how was the master plan created in order to include the elements that it does have?
The concepts that are shown, the concept drawing that's shown here under.
Yes, did that come out of that local priorities list on the screen, or was it done much earlier?
No, so that local priorities that's on the screen, that was through our 2022 pros plan update. The concept plan that's, I'm not sure what slide number it is. There we go. We've created that this year as a talking point for one, applying for the grant and also meeting with the neighborhood associations. And we'll take this concept plan to the community through that public engagement process.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions on this project? All right, I don't see any other hands. I think we're good. Thanks you guys for presenting and joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night.
You too. Bye.
All right, that brings us to the end of day 2. If advisory committee members would hang out just a minute, and staff, you're welcome to stay as well. Thank you for joining us. Anybody that was watching, we have 2 more full days of local parks project evaluations in our WWRP grant program.